And welcome to Hobbservation Live, Decision 2020. We're going to be covering it all night long, 7:30 to at least midnight on the East Coast. And I am excited to get started. I have already been watching some of the returns. Now, admittedly, earlier today, I went on a TV boycott. I didn't want to hear any news. I didn't want to see CNN, MSNBC, Fox, any of it. I think that all of us have had a level of anxiety over the last 3 or 4 months in particular, as we came down to November the 3rd. And now that we are here and that ballots have been cast, record ballots, I believe that well over 64% of registered voters in my home state, Florida, voted by mail and or early voting, which again is a record. And we are seeing similar numbers across the country. So I thank everyone who has already decided to spend some time with us tonight, whether you're watching some of the major networks and also supplementing that on the internet by being here at Hobbservation Point. We appreciate it. And I am bringing my roundtable that many of you have come to know well over the course of the last 8 to 12 weeks. And they are here tonight. They will be rotating in and out as we continue to discuss what it is that's happening in Decision 2020. So with that, I'd like to bring in some of my guests. I have Ericka Goodwin out of Georgia. I have Malaika Dowdell out of Georgia. Reverend Dr. Kevin Johnson up in Pennsylvania. Teddy McDaniel out of North Carolina. Monica Williams Harris out of Tampa, Florida. Erica Morris Long coming out of Atlanta, Georgia. And then last, I think we've got Ursula Holmes out of Mound Bayou, but absolutely in Memphis, Tennessee. Good evening, everybody. How are y'all feeling?
I'm feeling good.
Doing well.
Great.
Very good. I'm glad to have all of you here, and I'm glad that we have our audience here. And I just want to get started. Right now, the big discussion across the country, we were talking about it before we even went on air, is Florida. Polls have closed on the east coast of Florida. A lot of people don't recognize that Florida is one of those states that has 2 time zones. The western part of Florida, the Panhandle, definitely Central Time, but that's Trump country. So I'm pretty confident that whatever results come from Mariana to the west of Pensacola is pretty much going to inure a benefit for Donald Trump. But in the meantime, all eyes are on Hillsborough County, Orange County, Duval County, Jacksonville, Miami-Dade, Palm Beach, and Broward County. Monica, I want to start with you. What is it that you're seeing and hearing out of our home state? It seems like we always seem to muck it up. From 2016 to 2018. Take it, sis.
So I'm on NBC News, the live report, and it looked like it just flipped. So with 65% of the expected vote in, Biden has 50.4% and Trump has 48.7%. And that just happened as you were talking. So I think we knew this going in. This was going to be a tight race in Florida. And I'll be frank, I love my home state, but to your point, Chuck, we have a tendency to muck it up. So I am prayerful about Tampa, but we had a really good turnout in Hillsborough County today. So right now it's 50.4, Biden 48.7, with 65% of the vote in.
10-4. Also, I want to talk a little bit, Teddy, you were making some points earlier today about North Carolina. You tend to think that even though North Carolina is straight out of Dixie, just like Florida, Georgia, and all the other states that rebelled against the United States back in 1861, 1865, you think North Carolina actually might fall in the Biden camp. What is it that you're seeing and hearing up in your home state, brother?
Yeah, so there are 3 main counties in North Carolina. Folks, we have gone from getting out the ballots to being a battleground state to now 3 bellwether counties. So the 3 counties in North Carolina to pay attention to are Jackson, Caswell, and Hyde. All 3 of those counties, the last 3 presidential elections, the winner of those counties reflect the whole state of North Carolina. And earlier today, we saw some returns come back. It looked like 2 out of those 3 counties were going for Biden. I'm predicting that all 3 will go. Charlotte, we call it the great state of Mecklenburg. There were no issues with the poll watching today, and a lot of enthusiasm. So, Chuck, I know you all are going to follow Florida all night. I'm hoping that North Carolina can be the first of these Sun Belt states to go to Biden, and then we can deal with the blue wall later this evening.
10-4. Ericka Goodwin, I want to switch to you real quickly, give you some opening time in regards to how is it that you dealt with the stress today. I know that you are our resident psychiatrist. You have a show that you do several times per week where you're helping people deal with mental stress. It's pretty clear that people have been stressed out of their minds today, waiting for these results to come in. What are some of the things that you did to calm your own nerves today as the hours went by?
Well, one of the things I did was something you did, which was actually the first time I heard election coverage was when we were getting ready for this show to come on. So I actually haven't had anything on all day because I don't know how it is where you are. Folks are crazy down here. Like I almost got ran off the road yesterday. Folks are driving aggressive. There's just a weird energy. So one of the things was just making sure I got enough sleep. So I know for me, I prepared for today by sleeping. I have herbal tea right behind me and some cucumber infused water. So staying hydrated, eating healthy food. I did breathing exercises and meditated this morning. So basically it's just a lot of small things that add up to something big. And also I called my tribe. So I talked to my mom probably 3 times today already. So just making sure all of my supports were here. And then I put on things that make me happy. So my t-shirt makes me happy. So that's one of the things I say, put on something comfy that you love or something that's your favorite. And it can help boost your mood in the meantime while you figure out all of the crazy, because there's crazy.
Absolutely. Absolutely. With that, Malaika Dowdell, good evening. How are you doing, classmate?
I'm great, classmate. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing well, doing quite well. What is it that you are seeing up in Atlanta, Georgia? Erica Morris Long, I'm going to come to you next with some similar questions. What has the tenor been up in the A over the course of the last 72 hours, but definitely as we worked our way to the grand finale this evening?
There's a lot of excitement. As you saw the last days of the campaign, they were sending in surrogates. The VP was here. Our forever POTUS was here. Looking at Cobb County, early Cobb County returns, which is actually where I live. They are looking good, although very early. So there's a lot of hopefulness. I think the DNC was looking at Georgia with a little bit more positivity than they actually were Florida. So we're just really hopeful that we can start this flip and thank our Spelman sister, Stacey Abrams, for really being the architect of that. I think that Warnock has really been running her playbook, really getting out across the state, spreading his message. And I think that these down ballot Warnock and Ossoff races may end up having energized the party in favor of Biden Harris. So we're excited. I'm hopeful. I'm hesitant to say it, but I'm hopeful, and I think the state is as well.
10-4. With that, Erica Morris Long, I come to you, sis. How are you doing this evening?
I feel great. I am happy. I'm exuberant at the excitement across the country, regardless of what happens tonight. For the first time that I can remember, we have seen a democratic process, small d, where so many people have participated. They see what's at stake. They understand the importance. We've been voting here in Georgia since October 12th. So election day today was just the last day that you get to vote. And I echo what Malaika said. It was wonderful to see all the surrogates come down from the national campaign. If Georgia goes blue tonight, it is 100% because of Stacey Abrams and the leadership that she has shown since the 2018 gubernatorial race and all the work she's done around voter registration and fighting voter suppression. But I think a lot of people forget that there's more to Georgia than the city of Atlanta. I live in the SWATs. I live in Southwest Atlanta. I am proud of that fact. But there are Black people in Gwinnett County and Alpharetta and Cobb County and Albany, Augusta, Savannah, all across our state. And there is a very diverse, leaning toward moderate progressive electorate in this state that's going to turn us blue tonight. And I'm excited to see this happen.
10-4. Glad to have you along here for the ride. Kevin Johnson, straight out of Pennsylvania. What's going on up your way, brother? I know later this evening we're going to be joined by our Spelman sister, Ayanna Hawkins, who is doing some poll watching up in Philly today. But what have you seen, Pastor, up in Pennsylvania over the course of the last 24 to 72 hours?
Well, I would say that it's very high. I think that Pennsylvania has really done a great job. We had over 3 million people who requested a mail ballot. And I want you to know that 83% of those ballots have been returned, which means it's 2.5 million people have already voted. And even today, when I went to go and vote this morning, because I was one of those, I didn't want to vote by mail. I wanted to make sure that I went to the polling place. And I want you, there were already 150 people at the polling site at 6:45 a.m. this morning. And as I've talked to my friends and other colleagues who had polling stations, it was very high. It did dwindle a little bit as it went into the afternoon, but I think that it's still very strong as far as people came out to vote. And so I'm excited. I'm personally supporting Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. I think they have a great shot of winning Pennsylvania. But as our governor said, that we must be patient because we want to make sure that every vote is counted.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I also see that my day one Morehouse brother and friend, straight out of Graves Hall, Ayinde wearing, tardy to the party, but good to see you.
I apologize.
I know. No, I'm just giving you a hard time. And I know you're going to be here with us throughout the evening. How are things going with you, and what are you seeing and hearing so far, brother, in your state?
Things are going well. You know, we're in California, so we all pretty much know what California is going to do. I would like to address South Carolina a little bit, though. From my understanding, coming into the day, everyone felt very strong about the potential shift for South Carolina to maybe even turn blue. Not sure what those sentiments are now, but I got the feeling talking to some people throughout the day that they were a little more cautious in their optimism moving forward. Obviously, the Jamie Harrison and Lindsey Graham race, congressional Senate race, is the big catch there, in addition to the presidential race. So it's going to be close. It's going to be close. It's going to be tight. On a positive side, the state legislature does have an opportunity to flip some seats, which may in fact turn the state house and the state Senate blue, which would be a tremendous coup in South Carolina. So we're really trying to focus in on SC. Those numbers are going to come in slow. It's going to be interesting to see how it all goes. But California is going to be all Biden, and then that's what it's going to be, And so we'll see how these numbers unfold as we move forward, and we we move from east to west. We expand.
No doubt about it. And one of the things that you just brought up that's interesting that we will be talking about over the course of the evening is, while all eyes are on the Biden versus Trump race, we definitely will be taking a look at some of the local races of import, both individually with our panelists that are on, as well as 4 races in particular. I believe that Ericka and Malaika have already alluded to one, the Senate race in Georgia,
Right.
with our Morehouse brother, Raphael Warnock, who's taking on incumbent Senator Kelly Loeffler. We also, though, again, have a very distinct possibility, as Ayinde just pointed out, that Jamie Harrison very well could send a Democrat to the Senate from South Carolina if he is able to beat Trump ally Lindsey Graham. And we also are going to be taking a look this evening at the Adrian Perkins race over in Louisiana. He is the mayor of Shreveport, Louisiana, who has a chance, if he is able to defeat Bill Cassidy, the Republican incumbent, to have a black in the Senate from Louisiana for the first time since Reconstruction. And then last, there's Mike Espy, Clinton cabinet alum and what have you, who is taking on an opportunity. Cindy Hyde Smith, that's her name. I had to think about her. I call her the hanging lady. If you remember, she was the lady a few years ago when they ran the first time, that was applauding all the lynching that was going on back in the day in Mississippi. Well, they are at it for round 2. And so it will be interesting to see whether or not Brother Espy can actually pull it out in Mississippi. So we'll be taking a look at that. Gang, one of the things that I found interesting today, and not just today, but throughout this election cycle, has been the discussion of what is motivating voters. As we've talked about many times, both on Hobbservation Point and just among ourselves as brothers and sisters, you have so many people. This country is so polarized as it stands right now. We have gotten to a point where we have a difficulty in expressing ourselves beyond shouting, cursing, fussing. I can't tell you how many people I have had to block on my own Facebook page, because once you start cursing at me on my page, it's like, we're not going to have that. But with that in mind, you recognize that it is tense out here as it stands right now. And I have found it somewhat fascinating that whatever the motivating factors might be for people definitely is determining whether they are supporting Donald Trump for a second term or whether they are looking for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to come in and make some change. For instance, it would seem almost logical, I'd imagine, all of us would agree, that the coronavirus pandemic has not objectively been handled as well as it could have from the Trump administration. And that is me being very political and nice. Truth be told, it has ranged from deplorable to abject horrible along the spectrum, just to be honest. But there are a lot of our fellow Americans who simply are not that moved by that. They're not moved by the fact that 8 million people have died. 8 million people have contracted the coronavirus, that well over 200,000 have died. They are more concerned about economic issues, trying to get things moving back towards what they were in the first 2.5 years under Trump, when we all know he inherited a strong economy from Barack Obama and Joe Biden, and the economy was humming along well until this pandemic hit. With that in mind, what are some of the issues that each of you feel is the most important when you decided to make your decision for the president in 2020? And I'm going to start first with you, Ericka Goodwin, and then I'm going to go clockwise around the horn. Go ahead, sis.
I don't want to die. That's literally putting it simple. I did a congressional fellowship years ago, and I always remember the person that was my member's health person said that anyone that decides health policy decides who lives or dies. And just due to a lot of the decisions that have been made with the current administration, is it dooms people to die. And I don't want a situation where I realize I have some level of privilege being a physician and making a little bit more money, that if everything goes south, I can still probably be okay. But the average American doesn't have an income level to manage if the bottom falls out of literally everything. And I feel like we've literally been watching the bottom fall out, and people die, and people that we know pretty soon are going to be homeless because they don't have resources, and how this pandemic was handled. I don't want to die, and I don't want anybody else to die either. That's just the summary.
No, I appreciate that. And Malaika, what has been the most important issue to you in this election cycle when you made your decision for the president this year?
I mean, I just think general leadership qualities across the board, the ability to govern, the ability to have adult conversations with people around you, the ability to hire and have a full staff. And then we can break it down into the verticals, social justice, health policy. I mean, what isn't an issue, but just really looking objectively at the last 4 years and what has not happened, and the way that the current occupant of the White House chooses to not govern, I think was really at the core of my decision, and excited about the conversations that the Biden-Harris campaign have been having in some of those key areas, having the plan and being ready to come into office on day one, understanding that we are in a critical environment and being able to react to that immediately.
Indeed. Ursula Holmes, I did not get to come in with an opening statement with you, so I'm actually going to skip to you on that. And I want to ask you, what has motivated you, or what did motivate you when you cast your ballot for president this year?
Sanity, normalcy, someone holding the position that's competent, that's actually qualified to hold the position. To me, I think I was appalled that he even thought it was appropriate for him to run for president. And he's shown over the past 4 years that he's not qualified, but here we are. Stressing about, what will happen over the next 24 hours. So I'm glad it happened. I think it revealed that a lot of us take certain things for granted. And, I owe George W. Bush and Mitt Romney and John McCain huge apologies, because, I just think back to how I used to criticize them for their leadership and everything. And I'll take any of them any day. At this point, I'd take Sarah Palin over him. So, it's pretty desperate when you'll take Sarah Palin over the current occupant of the White House.
And again, we're going to have some fun this evening. I have had some other people, Ursula, who have shared your sentiments, who have felt as if, even with George W. Bush, they felt as if there were problems with him in terms of ideology, deciding to go to the war in 2003, 2004 in Iraq. But there are a lot of people who feel as if George W. Bush was at least a compassionate human being. And again, that segues perfectly back to what it is that I was talking about with this question, which is what motivates people. And there are a number of our fellow Americans who are Republicans who, their perspective on this is that, we're not electing a pope, we're not electing a pastor, we're electing somebody that we believe could lead the country properly forward. And as the night goes on, we're going to talk about that, because I've always had some concerns about what that means. What does make America great again mean, depending upon your skin color and or the perspective that you have with your fellow human beings. With that in mind, Monica, what are your thoughts? What motivated you this year? I know that you've been very vocal on your platform, both your podcast as well as your Facebook platform. Take the mic, sis. What's motivated you this year?
Well, I mean, frankly, I'd echo what everybody else said. Leadership, competence. Like Ursula said, I was actually offended that he ran in the first place, because I did not think that he took the role seriously. He's not a person that takes anything in life seriously, because everything has been handed to him. And then nothing that has been happening in the 4 years has surprised me. It's what I expected. It's disappointing that some people who I actually had colleagues of mine were supporting him, just simply because he's not the type. I mean, I do labor and employment law. If he worked for a client, I'd have calls all the time about his bad behavior and he'd be fired. So it didn't take the election for me to determine whether or not I was going to vote against him. I knew the day after the election in 2016 that I was not going to be supporting him in 4 years. So, my hope and my prayer is that it's disappointing. It's not surprising, because I think at the end of the day, people don't like to call it what it is, but I think a lot of the support for Trump has nothing to do with being pro-life, has nothing to do with law and order. It has everything to do with race. We're just gonna call a spade. So.
Absolutely. I appreciate that. And I know we're going to touch upon that some more here as the hours pass by. Ted, what motivated you, fam, this year when you decided between Biden and or Donald Trump?
Well, I mean, certainly the current president's lack of leadership was an easy motivator. It's downright embarrassing the way he addresses the country, the way he addresses Black people, the way he addresses all of the very important issues that we need leadership on. But Chuck, there's also an issue that all of us are aware of, but doesn't get as much press. And that's all of these last 4 years. There's been a record number of judges that have conservative leanings, and there's really been no balance. And with McConnell and those in charge, it has concerned me. We just had Amy Coney Barrett as a new Supreme Court justice in record time. And I just think that the easy motivator was to get rid of this president so that we can have some fairness when it comes to judges. There's one other thing, though, that always is concerning and motivating, and that is having representatives that look like us. So you mentioned all of these races that have people like Mike Espy and others who may be able to break across a barrier. There is a race here in North Carolina for the 9th District in Congress. Cynthia Wallace, a Spelman grad, who would be the first Spelman grad in the history of the United States Congress to win. And so when we have more people that look like us that are actually running these races, it's an easy motivation to get behind them and push as hard as we can. Sorry about that, folks. Y'all gonna hear some. I got special assistants that are really providing in the McDaniel house. They're going on. Oh, future self.
Awesome.
Yeah, can't hear you.
Chuck, I think you're muted.
Now?
We can hear
Yeah,
you.
we can hear you now.
All right, Ted, I was just going on and on about my niece there. I was telling you that you're raising some great future voters, and you are commended for that. Kevin Johnson, talk to me a little bit about what motivated you this year.
Yeah, this year for me, it was all about leadership. What I want in the president of the United States is not a liar in chief, but a commander in chief. And when you look at Donald Trump, he has consistently lied about the health as it relates to the coronavirus. He has lied about the economy. He has lied about helping Black people. He has lied on every front. And so for me, it really boils down to leadership and to character. And as I look at what we really need now in America, we need someone who's not only going to lead, but someone who's going to be able to unite the country. And what Donald Trump has been is just a very divisive leader and someone who has spewed hate and has really brought out the worst in American people. My home state is Texas. And so when I saw that there were those Trump supporters trying to go and run off a Biden bus, that's not America. When I look at Proud Boys trying to even come here to Pennsylvania and Philadelphia, now it didn't work because we ran them out of town. That's not America. And so Trump is only concerned about himself. He's very transactional. And so therefore, if you don't help him, he's not going to help you. So for me, it really boiled down to leadership, because that is what we look for in our presidents. And I will be honest with you, Chuck, I have been very disappointed in my white brothers and sisters, because what I see, I'm confused as to why don't they see it? Why don't they see that he's a racist? Why don't they see that he doesn't care about anybody but himself? Why don't they see that he's morally flawed? But for whatever reason, he has been able to bring out the worst in them. And that is really what is so damning about this election. And I'm hoping that we'll have change, because we need a better leader. We need someone who cares for all Americans and not just some. And we need someone who is going to call out racism and not make excuses and say there were good people on both sides. No, there weren't. There were people who are racist and who are trying to be destructive to our democracy.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, Ericka Moore's Long, you waited so patiently. Go ahead, sis. What motivated you this year?
Well, I can't disagree with anything that any of the other panelists have said. I think that at some point in 2020, and it may have been COVID, it may have been George Floyd, but for me, it became important that we at least start having a serious adult conversation about what our country is truly about. And we have been fed all this hype all our lives that we're the greatest country in the world and we're the strongest and we're the best. And apparently we are not. We don't make good electoral choices, not just in a president, but in races across the country. We don't know how to use the levers and the powers of the most wealthy country in the world to help solve issues and problems for people. And so I was hoping that, and I am hopeful that this election gives us the chance to lay the foundation for having a serious conversation about what we get right and what we don't get right. America has not been great for the majority of people at all in its inception. And I'm hopeful that the Biden-Harris administration will get in there and give us a chance to really think through the current issues of the day, racial reckoning, COVID, the economy, and then also issues that are not quite as sexy right now, but really have been left to neglect.
Indeed.
Because of poor
You
leadership.
all are looking live at the Hobbservation Point Election Night Roundtable Decision 2020. We are coming up on the 8 o'clock hour on the East Coast. I can tell you that right now, all of the results that I will be reporting throughout the evening are being provided by the Associated Press Ledger. And with that in mind, I can tell you that as it stands right now, projected as it stands right now with the Electoral College, the race to 270 that is so vitally critical for naming the next president of the United States. As it stands right now, Donald Trump has 22 projected electoral votes. Joe Biden has 16. As it stands right now, Florida is trending Republican. North Carolina is trending Republican. Virginia is being called by the Associated Press for Joe Biden. Ohio is trending blue for Joe Biden. Georgia, to my surprise, is trending blue. Hats off to all of you up there in Georgia. Kentucky and West Virginia have already been called for Donald Trump. Indiana, home state for Vice President Mike Pence, is trending red, with no surprise there. And it looks as if Vermont is being called for Joe Biden, and New Hampshire is trending blue for Joe Biden as well. So we will continue to update you throughout the evening with this number. It is too early to panic. Some of you are already panicking. I asked you on my Facebook page earlier today, what are you drinking? What are you smoking on? What kind of cigar that you're lighting up and throwing it in the air? Whatever it is that helps you cope, go ahead and cope. And again, stay right here. Watch your CNN, but keep your laptop or your devices tuned in to Hobbservation Point, because we're going to talk all night long until we get the results here with some of the smartest people that you will ever find. Accomplished men and women who are out here in the streets doing their part to continue to lift the true Black agenda across the country, and think it not robbery to sit here over the course of the next 3 or 4 hours and discuss the things that are important to all of us. With that in mind, Ayinde, I wanted to finish up on that last question with you, brother. And I'm not going to lie, that purple background that you have, I think you and Kevin Johnson, y'all will call that out. I guess that's kind of out, man. So yeah, that's pretty tight. I'm going to have to ask my partner, producer Gerald.
We got to get that black and gold in there.
Hey, I appreciate it. My producer worked diligently to put that together for me.
Right, exactly. And I want everybody to know that the red shirt that I'm wearing up under this blue jacket, that's for Phi Nu Pi. I don't want you to think that the whole Hobbs is going to join the Republican Party. So Ayinde, tell us what you're thinking, brother.
But you know what, Hobbs, you just kind of hit on it. And you can even look at this panel that we have. The Divine Nine is playing an integral role in this election. Unlike any other that I can think of, we've been at the forefront, all of us, all of our respective organizations have been at the forefront of this election, working for Biden, Harris, just being out there, being visible, and showing our colors and showing our stuff along the way. So kudos to everybody on here, and even, obviously those that are not, but it's just something that I wanted to point out. In terms of what made my mind up on where I was going with this election, I made my mind up in 2016. After Hillary Clinton lost and Donald Trump came in, I knew that he needed to go. I did my best. I tried to give him the benefit of the doubt, but he has proven me correct in my thinking time and time again. And his perpetuation of some of the racial division that we've seen in our country over the years is just that has been my big push, is racial equality. And from racial equality, as Malaika touched on before, and so many others have, categories. So it was a simple decision for me. Obviously, he needed to go. I'm looking for someone to unify the country. I'm looking for the country to be better than it was before, so that we can continue to go and grow and really be the great country that America can be.
No doubt about it. And again, I was talking earlier today that when I realized that when we're talking about motivations and we're talking about how the economy seems to motivate so many of our brothers and sisters of the less melanated hue, when you consider that and you recognize that all of the things that have happened since Donald Trump was inaugurated in 2017, I think someone already alluded to the Charlottesville incident, where there was a young woman who lost her life during a protest between white supremacists, the alt-right groups, as well as those who were supporting the Black Lives Matter concept, and the fact that there was some equivocation in regards to a strong condemnation of neo-Nazis and Confederates. And yet you continue to hear from people who have known Donald Trump well. I mean, we all can go back to the Central Park 5 issue. We all can go back to the fact that Trump and his father were both sued multiple times for racial discrimination in regards to their real estate holdings back in the 1970s. But there still are a number of people who suggest that while, yes, he was doing that when it came to his real estate holdings, yes, he did take out the full page ad calling for the execution of the Central Park 5, the now exonerated Central Park 5. There are others who feel as if through the years, his friendship with Mike Tyson, his friendship with Michael Jackson, his friendship with all of these black celebrities, Don King, you can name them, even Jesse Jackson, and at one point in time, Al Sharpton, that we don't really know who the true Donald Trump is. Some people feel as if some of the things that he's doing is crazy, like a fox, to pander to those that are his base that will help to reelect him. And I just want to know, will anybody take a stab at that? Like, what are your thoughts on that? When you hear some of your non-melanated brothers and sisters pushing back, hey, he's not that bad of a guy. Look, he actually even contributed to Kamala Harris's attorney general campaign out in California back in 2011. You know, there are some people who actually really believe that. Somebody want to take a stab at that? Those people.
So Chuck, I will.
Go ahead, Ted.
So at the end of the day, Donald Trump is an entertainer. He's been an entertainer since he was given all the money from his father, and he runs the presidency like he's still on The Apprentice, and he has millions of people fooled, and it's been an embarrassment as a president. You mentioned his relationships with a lot of black entertainers. Unfortunately, we got people who like to take pictures instead of deal with issues. And they'll go in the White House just for a photo op. And so don't be fooled. I get offended every time I see another black so-called celebrity take a shot with him, because he has no integrity. He cares about nothing but himself. And people that know, I lived in New York for 9 years, fresh out of Morehouse. And he was a fraud as a real estate developer, filed bankruptcy many times. He's a fraud now, and he's still shucking and jiving as an entertainer as president of the United States.
Ted, I actually need to follow that up. We have some more results that are trickling in. It looks as if early on the Associated Press is trending 85 electoral votes for Joe Biden, 55 for Donald Trump, 85 to 55 in favor of Joe Biden. The race to 270, that important number that will let us know who the next president of the United States will be. It looks as if, predictably, many of the states of the Old South have fallen red once again. It looks like Alabama has been called for Donald Trump. Mississippi has been called for Donald Trump. Ayinde wearing your home state, South Carolina, in the red category for Donald Trump. Tennessee, Ursula has fallen, according to those Associated Press, into the Donald Trump column, and Oklahoma has fallen into the Donald Trump column. But once again, here it is, another state of the old Confederacy is continuing to trip me out. Texas actually trending blue as it stands right now. So we'll have to continue to watch to see if Texas will actually fall into the Democratic column for the first time since 1976. We remember that was when Southerner Jimmy Carter was running for president back then, straight out of Plains, Georgia. And it looks like Ohio is trending right now for Joe Biden as well. So we will continue to stay tuned. New Jersey, Connecticut, Delaware, all look as if they are being called for Joe Biden as it stands right now. So again, it's too early to get too excited one way or another, but we will continue to bring you the results as they come in. Ursula, I want to pick up with you on that. One of the things that's been interesting to me is we never really know what a man or a woman's heart, right? We can really only go by what it is they do when we're trying to make a judgment, what it is they say or what the printed record is. You know, I know that you have been a lawyer for a number of years in that regards. What does the Trump record over the last 3 years tell you as a voter in regards to whether he is best situated to deal with many of the issues that are plaguing America heading into 2021? Go ahead, Ursula.
I think I read something recently, Chuck, that said that he's one of the least productive presidents in U.S. history, despite having a majority Senate, and I want to say at one point he even had a majority House. So, and despite having very little resistance, he's one of the least productive presidents in history. And that tells you everything you need to know. He's really not interested in anything but those situations that prove beneficial for him. Quite honestly, let me go ahead and say what everybody's already thinking. The only reason he wanted to be president was so he could reverse everything that Barack Obama did. He hates that man with a vengeance. Ever since he embarrassed him at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, all he can think about is Barack Hussein Obama. even trying to get a Nobel Peace Prize. Really, dude? I mean, just based on what you've done in America, I don't know how you think you'd be qualified to be a recipient of the Nobel Peace Prize. In terms of his record, though, and those who follow him, the people who follow Donald Trump are the people who don't know the difference between Obamacare and the Affordable Care Act. So his record is safe. And that's kind of the problem. A lot of people don't really know how to interpret a record for a president, and that's why you have so many people walking around talking about President Obama didn't do anything for Black people. Mm-hmm. They don't know how to translate it. And one of the things that bothers me most is when you hear them say, well, I voted for him because he's not a politician. Really? Would you go to the dentist to get your hair done? When you want somebody who has some type of experience to hold one of the most powerful positions in the world, I mean, that makes absolutely no sense to me. So you put somebody in office who didn't even know that the current Affordable Care Act says that you have to cover people with pre-existing conditions. And he goes on national television and says that, the bill we're working on requires that, the insurance companies cover people who have pre-existing conditions. The simple stuff. So it's
because he's an idiot.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Wholly unqualified to hold this position. But he's super opportunistic. Mm-hmm. And we got to give him credit for this. He knows how to appeal to the worst of us. Mm-hmm. He's absolutely done an outstanding job at that. Outstanding. Yeah. He knows that people, especially people who are insecure, have to have somebody to look down on. And he's created the environment for that.
Absolutely.
He's an expert.
It was so interesting today. I was out poll watching, and obviously kind of doing campaigning when I was not poll watching. And a guy walked up, a Cuban guy walked up with a sign that he had made that had an X out on it that said, Xing through socialism, X through socialism, vote Trump. And so a couple of people that were there, that were Biden supporters, engaged him in a conversation, because what I found was when I found someone who was a Trump supporter, I would ask them, and they asked the question, what is it that Trump has done that makes you like him so much, or that makes you such a staunch supporter of his? And they could not articulate a reason why, other than, the talking points that he's put out: socialism, law and order, the leftists going to, run through your cities and burn everything down. They could not articulate something concrete that he's done within the last 4 years that would generate a support for another 4 years. What they did was they focused on Biden and focused on Kamala. And so I think, and I hate this phrase, but I think what he was, to Ursula's point, what he was so spectacular at is finding the things that low information voters wanted to grab onto. And he just repeated that over and over again until it became a part of their speech. Whether it was true or not, that is what he is classic. I mean, he's a con artist. He's a con artist. He is a reality TV star. And that's effectively what he has done, and why you have so much support from him, for him, rather.
Yeah. And
Malaika, go ahead. Go ahead, Malaika.
I want to pick back on that. Yeah, So what Donald Trump does well for those low information voters, and you touched on it, Monica, is he speaks in 3 bullet points, right? And so they don't have to internalize anything. They don't have to research anything, because they believe that once they are fed, and by the way, Trump is being fed his 3 bullet points by Kennedy, but he goes out there, he says these things, and to your point, they will spit those back to you, and they will feel like that's a really good reason. They have no desire to learn or understand. They have no idea that his policies are probably hurting them, or absolutely hurting them. And so he understands that. And so that's why he sits up there. They were yelling, "We love Trump." And he was just basking in his glory yesterday, because that's all he wants. He wants to be adored, and they don't want to research. And so it's this match made in heaven that has turned really, really dangerous in this country. But I think it's important to understand that they're glomming onto his ability to speak to them as the lowest common denominator. And it's sad that that's where our country is, because if you'll remember when Obama came into office, they were killing that guy because he was too professorial. He was too smart. People don't want him speaking above their heads because people do not have the energy to learn and be smart. So I just wanted to add to your point.
Yeah.
You know, that's a very valuable point, Malaika. And it's one of those things that as the time goes on this evening, I'm looking forward to engaging a little more, because one of the things that really rubbed me kind of wrong over the last month has been some of the discussion that's gone back and forth, even among Black people, in regards to the Biden-Harris ticket. You know, some of the most vicious arguments that I have engaged in over the last 2 and 3 weeks in particular on social media have been those who are like, Hobbs, you're hating on Ice Cube. And I'm like, well, wait a minute, dude. I used to wear the Raiders hat back in 11th and 12th grade because of Ice Cube. And again, I can probably rap all of his lyrics in tandem with him at any point in time if he were to come on the show and we were to spit, right? But with that in mind, I had concerns about Ice Cube and 50 Cent and Lil Wayne and whoever the heck else in terms of, yeah, exactly, trying to be rappers lately to the political game. And again, I applaud that. I think that, you know, we all need to be politically aware, but you can't come at the 11th hour and then all of a sudden talk about hijacking the vote and what needs to be done. Those are things that need to be done day in and day out, week in and month out, over the course of the next 3 or 4 years. So if, for instance, if Biden and Harris are able to win tonight, then the battle starts anew starting on January 20th. And by battle, I mean, sure, it's a home team type of battle for most of us on this platform who are Democrats, but at the same time, we will continue to push and advocate for them too, not just take the ball and go home. We want to make sure that the issues that are most important to us are dealt with. And with that, I want to, Ericka, ask you this. My Harvard law graduate friend, my little FAMU sister, let me ask you this. Court packing has become an issue. I know that your soror, Monica, made some comments here earlier in regards to Affordable Care Act being in peril. With that in mind, Amy Coney Barrett, she was rushed through. I think she might have had the quickest nomination to confirmation proceeding in the modern era. Congratulations to her. But a lot of people don't understand that the United States has 13 circuits, and a lot of people don't understand that it has been since 1868 the last time the Supreme Court numbers were actually adjusted. There's so much misinformation out, Ericka, in terms of
that's right.
Yeah, folks thinking that, oh, you got to have a constitutional amendment. Sure, no, you don't. All you have to have is a White House and a Congress that's in tandem, and that could be pushed to 13 Supreme Court justices or more. With that in mind, do you think if Biden and Harris are successful, that court packing, that's the pejorative, but I like to call it court balancing, should occur, since there's a 6-3 imbalance right now? Do you think that should be something that a President Biden should try to push for in his first term?
Well, I definitely prefer your term court balancing, because there's nothing mystical about the number 9. There's nothing biblical about it. It happens to have been my line number at FAMU, but the number 9 itself in terms of our U.S. Supreme Court is not sacrosanct. And so when you talk about how long we have been stuck in this mode and how our entire federal court system has been used to cement inequities and inequalities and really just make justice that much more out of reach for the majority of people, I definitely hope that court balancing is very up there on the agenda for the Biden-Harris administration. And I'm hopeful that a Democratic Senate will help get us there. You know, what Trump has been able to do with Mitch McConnell's help is to embed within the entire federal judiciary young, conservative people who do not have values, who do not have perspectives that lend themselves towards a more just and more equal United States of America. And these are people who will make decisions that impact all of us for decades and decades to come. We've got to have a balancing of that federal court system, the U.S. Supreme Court, the circuit courts of appeal. We have got to do a much better job of educating people on why this is important. But whether they want to call it packing, balancing, whatever, I have a list of about 10, 12 people who I think would be awesome in that role. And I look forward to the Biden-Harris administration making deliberate moves towards a more balanced federal court.
Absolutely. And from one AKA Ericka to the other, Ericka Goodwin, let me ask you this. As a psychiatrist, we talked about this the other week on the roundtable that we had when we were discussing COVID-19 and its impact on Black people. One of the biggest issues is next week, there's going to be a case before the United States Supreme Court that is going to be dealing with the Affordable Care Act. There is a very distinct possibility that with that 6-3 split, that act may be defunct. And if with it would put in time all of us who have pre-existing illnesses in peril with regards to being able to get private insurance. With that in mind, what are your concerns as a medical doctor with regards to where this stands as we stand, so to speak, on the precipice of potentially losing the signature act of the Obama administration, which was the ACA? What are your thoughts on that, Dr. Goodwin?
The first is I have to give a shout out to my girl, Ericka. I'm pointing down because she's in a square below me, but you can't see the squares right now. So I got to give shout out to, there we go, to Ericka. Sorry. Okay. Now I can answer the question. So this question has a lot of layers because it takes me back to when I was working on the Hill. I used to work with Donna Christensen, the Honorable Donna Christensen. So what we actually were working on at that point was we were still working on universal health care. So I remember putting together this roundtable and all this stuff. And this was years ago. This is quite a few years ago because I was, I'm not going to give the years because I don't want anybody to know how old I actually am. But, hey, gotta hold on to what I can hold on to. The scary thing is a lot of people have never dealt with getting insurance when you get an independent plan pre-ACA. And what's going on is a lot of these people talking all this trash are folks that before may have had employer-based insurance. Well, a lot of people now are in peril of their employer-based insurance due to the economy and COVID. But the idea of that a lot of people couldn't afford those plans, even if they didn't have a pre-existing condition. They were expensive. I've had an independent plan since around 2006. And I'm not going to tell you how much mine was. And all I had was some asthma that was not active. So the fact that we're in this space, that this is in jeopardy, a lot of folks have no idea what it really, really means to them because they aren't thinking about how much this stuff costs, because even if they're in the exchange, they are getting subsidies in the exchange. So they aren't even paying the full exchange rate. So when this all bounces, it's going to be huge because number one, the fact is there are going to be a whole bunch of people without health care. And it's amazing. People don't realize how many people there are currently without health care, despite the fact that we have Medicaid, Medicare, and the ACA. I see people that are uninsured all the time. There are a ton of them, and there are uninsured kids. So a lot of people don't realize there are uninsured kids. But the impact is huge because you're looking at populations that already probably had health disparities, especially when you look at either poverty or people of color, especially Black Latinos, and Native Americans, is that when people potentially lose this, there's going to be nothing left. And the average person, especially their pre-existing condition, aren't going to be able to afford insurance, which means if you don't have insurance, all of your care comes out of the emergency room because even most urgent care is primarily skewed towards insurance. So that means all of your preventive health care goes away, which means everybody's going to be sicker, which means people are going to die. I keep feeling like all I do is come and talk about people dying, but the consequence of it is people will die.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And that has been a fear. I think that all of us know people who have died this past year, be it family members, be it classmates, schoolmates who went to college with us and what have you. And it is problematic. I also want to say thank you to everyone who is watching via YouTube, as well as the Christian Recorder Dialogues Facebook pages who are partnering with Hobbservation Point this evening to bring our analysis over the course of the next 3 some odd hours as we all wait on decision 2020. So thank you for watching along, and we appreciate you. And leave your comments and questions as well, and we will try to get to you as quickly as we can. With that in mind, before I come back to you, Kevin Johnson, I just want to let you know we are still holding serve with Joe Biden, according to the Associated Press, still with 85 projected electoral votes, and Donald Trump still at 55 at this point in time. With that in mind, also Florida, I have to say, because I'm getting a lot of comments. I see a lot of folks who are giving me as a Florida boy a hard time. I see you, Keith Rogers, you California dude, and what have you from Morehouse, and everybody's giving me a hard time saying Florida is not getting right. And yeah, it does look as if Florida is trending very slightly still toward Donald Trump. The latest Associated Press results when it comes to that is, as it stands right now, Donald Trump with 50.5% of the vote in the state of Florida. Joe Biden right now with 48.7. There are fewer than 180 some odd thousand votes that are separating them. And Monica, I'm going to come back to you in a little bit and talk about some of the concerns I have with the turnout down in Miami-Dade County and elsewhere. Yeah. But before I get there, Kevin, I wanted to ask you, you know, Walter Wallace was shot up in Philadelphia. There has been unrest here for quite some time. Ever since he was killed, it seems like every week it's almost like police porn. That's what people call it, where a black man, woman, or child is being blazed on camera for the world to see. And it has caused all kind of unrest in America. What are your thoughts? What's going on up there in Philadelphia with regards to that? And what's your take on the concept of the whole defund the police slogan that we have begun to hear a lot here in 2020?
Yeah, first of all, I thank you for asking the question. I am firmly for police reform. I am not for defunding the police. And I would tell you why. One, I think that language, even when it came out during the midst of George Floyd, and I was out there protesting with everybody else, I felt like it took away the conversation from criminal justice reform and police reform. One of the things that we had on the ballot here in Philadelphia, which did not get a lot of attention, my wife and I, who's also an attorney and Spelmanite, we talked about it. We took Bible study. We talked about it, is that there were two major issues on the ballot that needed to be discussed. One was stop and frisk, whether we wanted to have it or not have it. And the other had to do with creating a Citizens Police Oversight Commission. Now, that's critical because right now in Philadelphia, if a police officer does something that we think is wrong, then the police check themselves. It is not up to the citizens to check them. So therefore, the police, they're going to put up the blue wall. And so therefore, citizens will still not be able to have a voice. And I applaud our leaders here in Philadelphia because they put both of those issues on the ballot, which therefore allowed for citizens of Philadelphia to have a say. And hopefully, ballot issue number 1, which was stop and frisk, hopefully that passed today so that we can end stop and frisk. And hopefully ballot issue number 3 passed so that now there's a citizens oversight commission for our police department. As it relates to Walter Wallace, that was unfortunate. It should not have happened. You've heard a number of issues regarding it, but I give major kudos to our mayor, Jim Kenney, for how he has handled it, and also to our commissioner, who's also part of the Divine Nine, Commissioner Outlaw, how they have handled this whole case. They have been upfront. They have addressed the issues. And I know that our DA, if there is something that is wrong, he is going to bring forth charges. Larry Krasner is a very progressive DA. But what I appreciate about our mayor and Commissioner Outlaw is that they showed the body cam video. And many times, police departments do not release that video, but they released it to the family. And they waited until they're going to release it tomorrow to the Philadelphia at large public. And that was critical because I was a little concerned about it impacting elections here in Philadelphia. We did have a little unrest, but it wasn't like how they played it on national media. And so I feel that we have the right mayor, the right police commissioner. If I were in another city, I would not say that. But I think that they have been upfront. And I think because they have been upfront, they have been able to start building trust with the community. And that's really what causes the great division between police departments and communities is the lack of trust. And I feel like we're on the right track here in Philadelphia.
10-4. Brother Johnson, I know that you have to hop off because you have another function that you have to attend to, but we're going to be here throughout the evening. So if
okay, I may come back home.
Yeah, exactly. Just let me know and we'll get you right in, brother. All right. And Godspeed. All right. With that, we'll talk to you soon. Monica, I'm going to bring in Corey Smith here soon too. Another Moir's brother of mine and a fellow UF law grad like we are, but he works quite a bit in Broward as well as Miami-Dade. And I want to talk to him once he comes on a little bit about what's happening. But what are you feeling so far about some of the turnout issues? Do you think that some of the impact, I know that you have strong ties to Broward County yourself. Do you think that some of the issues, the bad taste in the mouth about the supervisor election issue from a couple of years ago, why is it that we're hearing, and we don't have definitive proof of it yet, but why is it that we're hearing that turnout might not have been as good as it could have been, even from our community this go around? You got any thoughts about that, sis?
So Broward County, actually, they have 99% reporting, and they actually did pretty well. Biden, I think, may have overperformed at 65. He has 65% with 99% of the precincts reporting. Miami-Dade County still only has 89% of the precincts reporting, and Biden is at 54. And I don't know. I know, and Corey probably can touch on this when he gets on because he's closer down there. And is probably more in touch with kind of what's going on in that Miami-Dade County area. But Miami-Dade County has a very large Cuban population, and so they tend to vote Republican. And all indications in terms of just the polling, which I try not to pay attention to, but all indications were in Miami-Dade County that Cuban vote was going to go for Trump. So I don't know. They have a very high population of the Caribbean population as well in Miami-Dade County. West Indian. I'm not sure how that fell. But what I am looking at is Pinellas County, which is St. Pete, which is across the bridge from me. And if you know anything about St. Petersburg, there's only 91.9% of the precincts reporting. St. Petersburg is very segregated. So the northern part of Pinellas County. So St. Pete is Pinellas County is Clearwater and St. Pete and some other little small towns. But the northern part of Pinellas County tends to lean very heavily Republican, where the southern part tends to lean very Democratic, and that's where most of the Black and brown people are. And my understanding, and talking to some people that are on the ground, Michelle Rayner, who's a incoming representative from Pinellas County, is in that South Pinellas County area. And the reporting before the polls closed, that they had a really, really good turnout at some precincts that far outpaced 2012 and 2016 turnout. So I don't know what what precincts are left, but I'm looking at Pinellas County. I'm not sure about but your question was about Miami-Dade. I'm not 100% sure about kind of what was going on there. I know they were a little disappointed about the turnout, but I think Corey can probably provide some more insight into that since he's in Palm Beach County did what we were supposed to do. That's where I'm from. So Palm Beach County did what we were supposed to do.
I had that Monica. I was about to call you Broward, as a matter of fact, but that's right. You're from the PBC.
I'm from PB 561, baby.
Hey,
I called my mama. I said, listen, now I'm looking for Palm Beach County to come through, and we got 56.1% for Biden.
Absolutely.
Hey, Hobbs.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Ayinde.
Hey, I have a quick question, and I pose this to the Florida folks, if that's okay. And perhaps you all can give the rest of the country, for those who don't know, what is the deal with the Cuban voters leaning Republican in Florida?
I think a lot of it has to do with this whole socialism piece. So you have a lot of folks from Cuba who remember Castro. And so there was an article a couple of weeks ago. There are some younger Cuban voters who lean Democrat, but that older Cuban population, which is still heavily involved and heavily engaged in politics, leans Republican all the time. Now, interestingly enough, there is a very large Puerto Rican population in Orlando, which is solidly Democratic. But I think when you talk to older Cubans, and the guy I was talking to today when we were at the polls, was talking about socialism and the fact that his parents had to escape Fidel Castro. And so it resonates on their mind a lot. And anytime you use the word socialism, it's a boogeyman for them. And they tend to be pretty conservative always. So I hope that answered your question. But Florida is very unique because the I-4 corridor, north of the I-4 corridor tends to be very Republican leaning. It's mostly small counties. And then you have pockets. So Leon County up in the Panhandle tends to go blue. Jacksonville, Duval County actually overperform because they tend to be kind of weird. You have Hillsborough, Pinellas, which tend to go blue. Orange tends to go blue. Osceola County, and then you have Miami-Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach County, which tend to go blue. So people in Florida really want to just parse off the northern part of the state, with the exception, again, I forgot Alachua County is University of Florida. If we could split Florida in half and take out Leon County and Alachua County and maybe Duval, depending on how they act, we'd win all the time and just make North Florida's own state. But you have those small counties that are lean very heavily Republican, and unfortunately, unless Democrats really turn out the vote in those larger counties, just those smaller counties kill us every election.
And you know what, Monica raised some very salient issues. Jason Hayes, I see you came in here. I'll get to you in a few seconds. Monica raised a lot of salient points, and I will also add to those who are watching the show, once election 2020 is over, if you want to go back in time 20 years to 2000, check out the documentary 537 on HBO. It does a marvelous job of tracking what happened in the Bush versus Gore fiasco that has still left a very bitter taste in many of our mouths in regards to how an election was essentially stolen from Al Gore. And what's interesting about the documentary, I'm going to go ahead, and it's not as if this is a mystery. We all know George Bush won. But what's interesting is it interviews a number of the top Republican honchos from back then who all but confirmed that they knew then that the election was being stolen when the United States Supreme Court halted the recount down in Miami-Dade County. But one of the other interesting pieces, Ayinde, back to your question about Cubans voting Republican, I think Monica is square on that. The concerns about socialism is very high for those who have memories of being in Castro's Cuba. But we cannot also discount, and that's what the 537 documentary hits home for the first 20 some odd minutes of the show. It recounts how even those Cubans who were inclined to vote Democratic fell out of favor with Bill Clinton, as well as Al Gore and the Democratic Party with the Elian Gonzalez issue. 6-year-old Al was back to Cuba by Janet Reno. They lost the majority of the Cuban vote. The Democratic Party did, probably for at least another generation before there's going to be some inroads back. So let's keep that in mind too.
Yeah, and that's great you pointed that out, Hobbs and Monica, both of you, with that information. I think that's important stuff for people to know, because I've heard people talk about the Cuban vote and why does the Cuban vote skew Republican? And a lot of people have cited religion in the past, and I never really knew if that was really it, because and their views on abortion, anti-abortion, and that just didn't seem like the thing with me. So I'm glad you all pointed that out for the larger audience as a whole.
And I do want to say too, I think this is a Democratic myth, and this is one of the struggles that I have with the Florida Democratic Party, is that there's a very large West Indian Caribbean population in South Florida. And the Democrats miss opportunities every time. I think Biden did a better job this time because Kamala is Jamaican, but that's a missed opportunity. You have whole neighborhoods of Haitian Americans, whole neighborhoods. I mean, West Palm Beach is a very Bahamian stronghold, and so Broward County has a very large Jamaican population. So you have these pockets of Caribbean citizens who are going to vote and want to be engaged, but they need someone to come and talk to them. Just like you talk to the Cuban people and you go and seek their vote, you will hear folks in South Florida say, just as hard as you all seek their vote, you need to come and speak to our issues, because their issues are different. You can't lump Caribbean folks in with Black American issues because they're very, very different. And they're not, they don't necessarily lean, they're conservative, but they don't necessarily lean Democratic. But I will tell you, those representatives that are in Tallahassee who have figured that out and have gone and really worked that West Indian Caribbean population in South Florida have been successful. So the Kiani McGee's, Mac Bernard's, who's Haitian. So you have a lot of those individuals who are in that South Florida area who figure that out. Unfortunately, the Florida Democratic Party hasn't quite figured it out. I think they're getting there, but
No doubt about it. And while we have everybody on right now, because I know that we're going to take a break as we come close to the 9 o'clock hour. And again, we thank everybody who's watching us on Facebook as well as on YouTube and on the various pages on Facebook for joining us this evening. I want to note that before we start to take our break and bring in a few more of our roundtable brothers and sisters, I noticed, ladies, that you all have on strands of pearls this evening. I recognize, just looking at my monitor, there are 3 members of Alpha Kappa Alpha on, and then you've got Ursula holding it down for DST, as well as Malaika Dowdell. With that in mind, I want to talk a little bit about the importance of Kamala Harris. Monica just brought up the fact that she is Jamaican by descent. And with that in mind, how important has it been to each of you ladies to be able to see that we potentially are on the verge, maybe a couple hours away from having a Black woman as vice president-elect? So I'm going to start with you, Ericka, then I'm going to go to Malaika, then Ericka Morris Long, and then Ursula, I'm going to finish up with you. So Ericka Goodwin, can you start with that first? What does this mean to you?
I'm going to be brief because I know we all have stuff to say. Is it literally makes everything I experienced at Spelman feel like it's coming full circle, because being at Spelman, you literally got a bird's eye view of what Black female excellence is and what is the power of feminine energy and feminine intelligence and feminine compassion. And one of the things that's beautiful about her being in position to be vice president is you're taking someone with those sensibilities and putting them in a place where they can shift those sensibilities to take care of a larger whole. And quite frankly, Black women have always been epic problem solvers. So there's something about seeing someone that looks like you. When you see, like, I remember for Halloween and seeing all the little girls dressed up like her in their little chucks and their little pantsuits, it just brought me all of the joy. And to see, as children felt when they saw President Obama, that they could be president, I feel like this continues to empower our children to understand what they can aspire to and that there shouldn't be limits. But it makes my heart so warm. It makes me so proud, but it's also so inspiring to continue to see so much excellence and to see people be able to push past all of the barriers there are to our excellence.
Amen. Malaika Dowdell, what does this moment mean for you as we may be a few hours away from a vice president-elect Kamala Harris?
I get chills thinking about this. Kamala is us. Kamala is an HBCU grad. Kamala is a strong Black woman with strong opinions. Kamala is a member of our sister Divine Nine organization. So, and being able to draw such distinct parallels and to see ourselves in this role being elevated, to see her come down the stairs of her private jets in her, straight leg pants and her chucks, she is us. And so when I think about my 3 nieces, when she got nominated, I just started crying. I'm not a crier like that. But my nieces will never, ever have to believe that there is a glass ceiling, that they can't do, that they cannot be, because she is paving the way for us. So this tonight, when she wins tonight, is going to be historic beyond measure for us, for Black women as a whole. And I just can't wait for us together to all be able to cheer this on and be able to reflect that we were sitting here talking when this happened, because it shifted so many things. Like people talking about our sororities, y'all. Everybody's talking about Divine Nine and Stroll to the Pole and the Taylor Swift video. She has shifted culture in this role. Yeah. And it's just so beautiful to see. So I'll stop. I could go on, but I want to hear what my other sisters have to say. It's a beautiful thing.
Amen, Malaika. Ericka Morris Long, what are your thoughts?
Well, I'll just pick it up. I mean, she has shifted culture. There is an intentionality about Kamala's Blackness that is absolutely amazing to me. She does not shy away from any part of her identity, and she does an impeccable job of displaying who she is and the totality of who she is as a Black woman, as an HBCU grad, as an Indian American woman. And it is absolutely refreshing, for her to use the language and the culture, and she brought CNN onto Howard's campus and gave them a tour of the Mecca. Two of my sisters attended Howard, and I've heard this Mecca stuff for years and years. But for her to be so strong in who she is, and then to top it off with an all-American family with this really cool seeming white Jewish guy she's married to, and this beautiful family of a blended family and stepkids and her nieces and her great nieces. And there are parts of her story that are relatable for so many people. And I think it's because of the comfort she has in herself. And she does not seem to have any type of self-consciousness. She's just happy to be the really cool sorority girl in the Chucks stepping down that plane. And I can't wait to see her going in and out of Air Force too.
Yeah, it's been pretty cool to see across social media so many Black women, whether D9 members or not, wearing their Chucks and their strands of pearls heading to the polls. That has been something that I'll remember for the remainder of my days as well. Who have I missed on this? Ursula? Monica, did I miss you too?
Yeah. Okay,
hold on. I will go to Monica and then Ursula.
I mean, I think I would echo everything that everyone has said. There are so many parallels between Kamala and myself personally. She's a lawyer, HBCU grad, member of Alpha Kappa Alpha. She's also my link sister. She has bonus children. And so I think, I cried, like sobbed when she gave her nomination speech at the Democratic National Convention, just because it's a full circle moment. And I don't want it to escape us that what it was so remarkable to me was the fact that Joe Biden made a conscious decision to select her. And I talk a lot about allyship and what I do at work. And to me, that is a true form of allyship, that you see a Black woman who is competent, who is capable, who absolutely can stand toe to toe with anybody and say that she's the person I want as my right-hand person. And so for all the things that Black women have meant and done for this country, to see her in that role it's moving. I'm full thinking about it. And so I am continually prayerful. I am claiming a victory at the end of the evening. But I think that there's a shift happening, and she's going to be right there at the helm of that shift. So I'm excited.
Amen. Ursula, your turn.
Chuck, I think I've gotten to a point where I have just started having an expectation of certain things. And let me explain that. I wasn't emotional about Kamala becoming the vice president nominee or running partner with Biden, because she deserved it. I mean, she was supposed to be there. And so I didn't look at it in a historical context, because Kamala Harris in any other body, any other race, any other gender would still be the most qualified person to hold that position. And so for me, I mean, there was really no emotion about it. And I think when we get to a point where we start having an expectation that we should be at the table, I think we'll start moving a little bit better in this country. One of the things that I thought about was Jesse Jackson's run back in 1988. Jesse Jackson, and y'all can shoot me after I say this, was a Black man running for president. Move up to 2008, Barack Obama was a candidate for president who happened to be Black. And that's how I feel about Kamala Harris. She just happens to be Black, but irrespective of that, she's qualified, more qualified than the man currently holding both the vice president position and the president position. So, I didn't get emotional about it. I just didn't. I mean, because I think I've just gotten to the point where I need this country to understand that we're here. We're just as qualified as you are, just as intelligent as you are, just as deserving as you are. And you need to get used to it, because we aren't going anywhere. And so,
amen.
I mean, I'm just there now.
Amen.
In my own
Absolutely. I want to welcome to the broadcast again before we go on break here, Jason Hayes. Jason, Morehouse man, my brother from Duval, Jacksonville, Florida. One of the Florida boys when we were at Morehouse. Yeah, he lives up in New York, and I guess he hasn't become a Yankee after 20-some years in the Big Apple. You're still a Florida boy for life. How are you doing this evening, brother?
Hey, I'm good, brother. You know, I'm good. I mean, I came in tonight not expecting, honestly, I came in not expecting anything to be decided tonight. So, you know, I want all the votes to be counted no matter what. If you call in states, that's cool, but still count the votes. I'm not conceding anything at this point, especially when you're talking about like margins, you know, like in a place like Florida or someplace like that. So I'm just expecting, just to chill people out and be like, look, man, the votes are going to be counted. Historically, high turnout never favors Republicans, you know, in the grand scheme of things. And when I see like Biden leading in Texas right now, I mean, that's encouraging. So I'm clinging to what's encouraging, and I'm going to wait for the West Coast to come in, you know, to have the numbers come back and be a lot better. But, you know, the only disappointing thing to me is, you know, to borrow from our Morehouse brother, Hassan Jeffries, he said that he's certain that Biden and Harris will get enough votes to win. He's not as certain that all the votes will be counted. And that's my main concern right now as I sit here. But to borrow, you know, from writer Ezra Klein, as I read today, you know, as he tweeted, he said it's unfortunate that Trump won't lose as badly as he should, you know, given the horrible job that he's done. And just who he is as a person. So I'm going to wait and see. And, you know, tonight, honestly, I'm not expecting anything to like be over tomorrow.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Jason, he will lose before it's over with. Don't worry about it. Because see, that's what we listen. In 1972, President Nixon won in a landslide. I mean, it was crazy how much. I mean, he won almost every state in 1972. And 2 years later, he was the most disgraced president in American history. Now. So don't worry about it. Well, no, he's still the most disgraced because Donald Trump hadn't gotten his due.
Yeah, it's coming.
That's true.
It's coming.
That's true.
But it's coming.
History will be unkind to him. And you know, Jason brings up a great point. I do want to say this, Chuck. I know we got to go to break. Yeah. But how can we live in a country where everybody who has the right to vote, their vote may not count? And I'm doing everything I can to keep from cursing. You know, how can that be possible?
Man, this electoral college mess is.
If your vote is 601 and it doesn't count.
Yep. And that's what's so frustrating to me. In Florida, you have 1.4 million former, I'm going to say returning citizens. I'm not going to call them former felons, returning citizens who the citizens of this state with 60+% of the vote in 2018 said that we want an amendment that allows those returning citizens to get their full citizenship rights back. And the fact that you have a governor in place that is going to override the will of the people is beyond. I'm trying to cut, I'm trying not to cuss to you, and then I curse. So that frustrates me because you have 1.4. I mean, there were brothers who have, and then on top of that, you had those individuals who did register before the courts got involved and before the legislature got involved. And then DeSantis makes a decision at the 11th hour that if you have not paid your fees, which is a poll tax, make no mistake about it. If you have not paid your fees, but you have already registered under the amendment, then you want to take back your votes. I mean, to me, it is a sign of you being afraid and desperation when you have the people in this state, in the state of Florida, have said that this is what we want. And because you were so scared and chicken butt, and I'm trying not to cuss on your show, Chuck, you make a decision that you're gonna override 60+% of the folks in the state of Florida and not give 1.4 million folks back their right to vote. Come on now.
But that's on us. But let's say this. Let's say this. This is on us because this is what we do. We show up. We had podcasts in 2020, but when 2021 comes around, 2022 comes around, 2023 comes around, when these people are coming up for election, we're radio silent. We have to educate our people on the importance of this government thing. They don't get it. And we can't blame them for not getting it, because we only got it because we were educating ourselves about it.
Well, there's nothing incorrect about what you're saying, but we can't put all the responsibility on the oppressed people.
Exactly.
It's working exactly how it was intended. It was intended to be a system where only a very few people had say over the matters of governance.
But Ericka, we are not the oppressed people. Meaning, I'm talking about this panel when I say that. Yes. You see what I'm saying? We are not the oppressed people. We are the people who are taking the time to understand this system. Okay, but once we understand it, we have an obligation to educate everybody else. We got to break this down so a third grader can understand. We have an obligation to do that. We have not done that yet. And that's why when DeSantis comes back up for re-election, if we don't start reminding these people of what he did, because we don't remember. That's the other thing that we do. We don't remember.
Now.
But if we don't, if we don't remind them of what he did and explain to these people why it's important, how all of these dots connect, then we'll be having the same conversation every 4 years until God closes our eyes.
Yep.
So this is on us. That's why I said this is on us. It's time for us to do some work.
Amen.
And to Ursula's point, I was having a conversation. Sorry, Jack.
Go ahead.
I was having a conversation earlier. For those that don't know, I used to work in politics in South Carolina. I was political director on a number of races, blah, blah, blah. The fact is, I was talking to an old colleague of mine, and her point was we were talking about someone voting on a particular issue. And I stressed that the person needed to vote one way. She said that, which would be something different than maybe some of their constituents thought was okay. But the fact is, in the long run, this was going to be to their benefit. And we were talking about conveying that. And she said, if he votes for that now, they won't even remember in 2 years. And that's it.
Yep.
That's the point. Like right now, what Ursula is saying is, if we don't keep hammering that thing in Florida and South Carolina, Georgia, whenever this is all over, no real change is going to happen. I love President Obama's speech. I love President Obama's speech that he gave what was that, last week? And I forgot where he was. And he was talking about you vote now and some things will change. And then you vote again and some more things will change. And then you keep voting until you get to where you're going to be. The shit it's not going to change overnight. It's going to change with us actively participating in the process from now moving forward.
And I want to say, Chuck, Andrew Gillum has a new podcast. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I didn't. I'm sorry.
Andrew Gillum has a new podcast on, and one of the things that he was on Bakari's show, Seller's show, and one of the things that he said there, which was spot on, was that we have to stop telling people just to vote. We have to tell them to vote and be engaged. You vote, go to school board meetings, vote, go to city council meetings, vote. So you have to stay engaged in the process. Voting alone is just the opening of the door. Once the door is open, you got to walk through the door and demand what it is you want. And on top of that, to Ursula's point, this group of people understands what this thing looks like and is able to have a conversation with folks in the community about why voting is so necessary. You're voting on the local level because you don't like the fact that your street light keeps going on and off and your neighborhood is not well lit. You're voting in local elections because you don't like who's on the school board. You're voting in local elections because you got flooding in your community. So being able to make that voting thing real life, I think, is incumbent upon the folks that are in this space, and not just the politicians, but the folks who are, to Ursula's point, who have full knowledge and are aware. And my hope is that because D9 has come together for this Biden-Harris ticket, that this momentum and this connection does not stop, and we utilize our collective strengths to do exactly what Ursula said, which was go into our communities as a collective and have a conversation with the voters, such that in 2022, DeSantis, we coming for you, and I just need somebody who I need to vote for, and I can get on their team and help run him out of Tallahassee.
That's right.
And with that, I want you all to stand by right now. We're going to bring in a couple of more experts here in a few. I want to thank my man Teddy, my sister Ericka Goodwin, and as well as Malaika Dowdell. I know that they have some other functions that they have to attend to this evening right now. but we'll be circling back. Everybody else,
We'll be back.
Exactly. We'll see y'all back later on this evening. We're going to rotate in a few more of our Spell House and FAMU brothers in a few minutes. And with that, we want to thank everybody who is watching us via Facebook and or YouTube right now. And we're going to take a short break, and we will be right back here at Hobbservation Point Live.
Man, can you believe that Texas is Biden's still up?
Look, I'm a little shocked about North Carolina, but let me tell you what bothers me.
Kansas and Missouri too.
Welcome back to Hobbservation Point Live. I am your host, Chuck Hobbs. We have been here since 7:30, Decision 2020, watching the results come in while at the same time engaging in dialogue about the issues that are important to each of us, as well to many of you, as we head into the final stretch of what has been a very contentious presidential race. We are also discussing some of the down ticket races across the country that are important, that could shape the way our country goes over the course of the next 4 years. I want to welcome back my roundtable members. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Monica Harris here, Ursula Holmes still here with us. We have Jason Hayes out of New York with us, Patrick Grayson coming in now from Alabama. All right, very good. Good evening. I also have Michael Smith coming out of South Florida, and I'm coming right to you in a few minutes, Mike. So you're first up, Noop. And then let's see, who else do we have with us right now? I think that's the group that we have, so we're going to roll with that. I have an update. We have from the Associated Press, that is who we are dealing with tonight in regards to the projection, because we don't express fake news here on Hobbservation Point Live. Right now, Joe Biden, 119 electoral votes. We know 270 is the number that he must reach to become president of the United States. Donald Trump has 92 votes as it stands right now. Many of the traditional states of the South have fallen into the Donald Trump column this evening. Looking at Louisiana for Trump, Mississippi for Trump, Alabama, Tennessee, Arkansas, South Carolina. You also have the border state from the Civil War, Kentucky, as well as West Virginia, all for Donald Trump. Indiana has fallen for the Republican Party. No surprise there. Mike Pence hails from Indiana. It is in the Republican win column. Looks like Nebraska has also fallen for Trump. Wyoming, South Dakota, and North Dakota for the Trump team. Now, for Joe Biden, he has won, according to the Associated Press, New Mexico, the state of Illinois. He has won New York, Vermont, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey, his home state of Delaware, and Maryland. Also right now, trending Republican, but not called yet, the state of Florida, as well as the state of Georgia. Michigan is actually leaning red as it stands right now, as well as Maine. So we still have a long time to go tonight. Looks like North Carolina is trending toward Biden. Pennsylvania and Ohio. Ohio is a crucial state, as we all know, trending toward Biden as well. Missouri, Kansas, Colorado, and interestingly enough, the state of Texas trending toward Biden as it stands right now. So with that, I want to welcome back those panel members who are already here. And I'd like to introduce Patrick Grayson, a Politico out of Alabama. Want to talk to you a little bit about your home state and what it is you're seeing and hearing up there. We have Dr. Sonia Marks, who's from Arkansas, but based in Georgia right now. Looking forward to talking to you. And we have my frat brother, Mike Smith. Mike, I want to start with you first. What is it that you're seeing and hearing down there in South Florida right now? And as we continue to try to figure out which way this thing is going to fall. Will Florida fall for Biden or will it fall for Trump? All eyes on South Florida. What are you hearing and seeing, brother?
Well, Chuck, I've said from the beginning that, if we get Florida, that will be icing on the cake. In my prediction, Florida is going to be a squeaker, but I still believe that it's going to go to Trump. We're still looking for votes to come out of Broward County, Dade County. That's an area where Biden has an opportunity to run up the vote. We see that that Trump is winning in many of the western counties of Florida. No surprise there. We already know about the senior community of the villages over on the West Coast. So we're really not surprised by that. But what we're taking a look at is how Broward County and Dade County will run up the vote. We're also taking a look at my area, Palm Beach County. But right now, what I'm really paying attention to is really what's going to happen with Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Georgia. Right now, Georgia is still considered red. But I think by the time we get to the end of the night, we're going to see, if not a shade of purple, a nice shade of blue.
This evening, good brother. Patrick Grayson, good evening, Noop. How's everything going up in the great state of Alabama this evening?
It's a very red day, Brother Hobbs. Very red day here in Alabama.
Well, talk to me. Talk to me about.
Historically, Alabama has been one of Trump's biggest supporting states, and we are completely behind Senator Jones and his re-election bid. But the calculus of it points to enthusiasm, engagement, and investment. And that's something that the Jones campaign has to reconcile in terms of, did they put enough of these three items into this re-election campaign? Our polls closed here maybe about an hour ago, and I believe 1% to 2% of the results were in. So we'll see exactly how that played out for the Jones campaign. I do, and most of the experts do also agree that Alabama will go for Trump. He will carry all 9 electoral votes. But again, our aspirations are with Senator Jones in terms of making sure that we can hold the Senate and continue to provide some of these healthcare aspects, voting rights aspects, hold those to bar for the people of the nation.
Amen, Brother Grayson. Sonia, welcome this evening. How's everything going up in Atlanta, Georgia, from your perspective right now? Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay. Well, I'm just getting in from work, so I haven't honestly been able to see what we're looking like yet. But I know as far as the early voting for my county, Gwinnett County, we're supposed to be one of the more crucial counties. It's very diverse. We're a majority, I guess, county. And our turnout has already surpassed expectations so far. So the thought is that if Georgia is able to turn blue, it will be largely in part to Gwinnett County. So I'm hoping we help pull this off.
Amen. And with that, I know that you are an OBGYN. You were one of the panelists that we had on our Blacks and COVID-19 roundtable. And so with that in mind, I would like to just ask you, how is it that you've been coping over the last few days, knowing some of the stress that many people have had about election anxiety, so to speak, and complicating that also is you having to work those shifts that you have to also How have you been coping with some of the election stress that many of us are still feeling up to this very minute right now as the decision is in the balance? What are your thoughts, Sonia?
Well, actually, honestly, since I guess last week when we talked, I've had to like turn a lot of it off, you know, because I had a lot of shifts, I guess, squeezed in between, between within the last week. So, you know, just the anxiety, you know, with the new Supreme Court justice and knowing that reproductive rights for women is now, you know, on the table again. And, you know, definitely the talk that we've been talking about with Affordable Care Act. And if we lose that access to healthcare, how that's going to impact, you know, what I do and, you know, family, friends. So I just had to like tune some of it out just to kind of get to today. So I'm going to be playing catch up.
No, it's all right. Again, welcome. We're glad that we have you here. Gang, I want to pick back up where we left off in the last hour, and we were discussing basically motivations for voting. And we're talking about the fact that, you know, across the ideological spectrum, things are as polarized as I have ever seen in my 48 years of living. I guess I have been watching politics to one degree or another since the Reagan-Carter race in 1980. But with that in mind, I can't ever remember an election that was this polarized, whereby to the point where there are a number of people who are concerned that regardless of what the outcome is, the other side is not going to capitulate. And not only will they not capitulate, but that some of the more base members of either side might be willing to take things to the street. With that in mind, Jason, I want to start with you. Pat, I'm going to come back to you in a few minutes too. But what are your thoughts with that in regards to the polarization that we have seen during this election season, brother?
I can't say that I'm surprised. I mean, this is something that's been like a slow boil for a long time. Like you've had these right-wing evangelicals, you know, slowly building this movement for decades. I mean, starting all the way back, you know, with Ronald Reagan. So this is like almost like a 40-year thing, you know, they've been building these coalitions, you know, these churches have always been political. And you have people who are being indoctrinated and conditioned, you know, to believe certain things, I mean, but also accept certain things, you know, as long as your minister says it's cool, then it's cool. And so they want what they want, but then it's imperative that you also believe what they believe. And if you don't, then you get steamrolled and then they're not listening. So I don't know how you can reconcile that when you have people who are true believers in something that's totally unacceptable. And then you have another group of people, you know, who are just kind of trying to live their lives. And then, you know, you've been impeded upon. So now, you know, we got to deal with this 6-3 Supreme Court, not because it makes sense, but because that's just what they jam through.
Right.
I think you muted, Chuck.
Patrick, with you being up in Alabama, what are your concerns about the polarization? What are you seeing? What are you hearing? Do you have concerns that if this turns into a situation where the election cannot be called tonight, that we might be in a position whereby this could turn violent? What are your thoughts, Patrick?
Chuck, before I start, I want to say thank you, Dr. Marks, for what you do. Your work is important. I read an important article, op-ed by Dr. Yashika Robinson in Huntsville today about healthcare, voting, and Corona. So I want to thank you all because it hit my heart. Chuck, back to you. This is Alabama. And you know, lots of things have happened here over the past 50 years. And as they usually say, Alabama's about it. But I saw something from a friend of mine in California the other day where she's in LA. She showed the grocery stores in her community were being boarded up. So what dawned on me is that if California, Los Angeles, and other metropolitan areas are boarding up, what does that mean for Alabama? And I think a direct answer to your question is, I think people need to be cautious, but optimistic that the best in people will show up. Again, this is Alabama. Anything is possible here. Voting rights are against us. A lot of the civil rights are against us here, but people need to be cautious. I haven't seen anything directly, but I am keeping my ear to the ground and my eyes open, Chuck.
Absolutely, absolutely. And Ursula, similar to that, you and I have had a lot of discourse about this on several shows, and we also have had it on the thread that we all have with regards to during the week with what it is that we're trying to do. Do you have concerns being a Mississippi native in Tennessee for the majority of your legal career? What are your concerns about if we get to a point tonight where the election is still too close to call? Are you worried that by tomorrow morning we might be in full-scale anarchy across America?
Not in Memphis. And that's one thing I'm not worried about in Memphis. Memphis is a predominantly Black city where most of the residents believe in the wish factor. So we don't have to worry about anarchy here. In terms of Mississippi, I don't think we have any issues there either. I think a lot of people don't realize that Mississippi has the highest percentage of Blacks in the country. Percentage-wise, Mississippi has more Blacks than anybody. And so, I think Mississippi is accustomed to having better race relations than they did 50 years ago. I'm a little confused as to why they've already called Mississippi for Trump. Because as you know, we also have another race in Mississippi that everybody's watching, and that's with Hyde Smith and Mike Espy. And Mike Espy is gonna put up a pretty good fight. And so I'm curious to see, how that's gonna turn out because he lost by a very small margin the last time. So I'm curious to see how Mississippi is gonna turn out. But in terms of issues, I'm definitely not worried in Memphis.
Very good. I also would like to welcome to the show for this 9 o'clock hour, two more Morehouse men, Michael Brooks. I see you repping that maroon and white, and my little brother, John Thomas, my little brother who's actually my editor at the Christian Recorder. So welcome. I got you. All right. I see you with the Biden-Harris representing hard. Welcome, gentlemen. Mike, I want to start with you due to age deference and what have you. What's happening up in North Carolina, brother? What are you seeing? How are you feeling about the outcome so far for Decision 2020?
Yeah. First and foremost, thanks, Chuck, for having me. And I really enjoyed the first hour. Really powerful group and a lot of strong points made. North Carolina is holding their own. The last check I saw, we were still trending toward Biden and Harris. But one thing that North Carolinians are doing, or the state is doing, is we're staying open a little later to allow everyone the opportunity to vote. There's 2,600 polling places, and they are scheduled to close with a delay. So we are doing our best to give everyone the opportunity to cast their ballot, and we will start tabulating and sending in votes soon. But as you all know, if you've been following, North Carolina is starting to trend toward Biden and Harris. So we can hold Carolina, man. Great things I think will happen.
10-4, John Thomas, welcome. What are you seeing? What are you hearing? What are your initial thoughts so far for Decision 2020?
Well, Chuck, I'm going to tell you, like I was talking to my girlfriend tonight, it's like a club. It probably is not going to really get popping off until probably another hour and a half. And I think that there's some early indicators. Some of my more bullish Democratic friends have been saying they're going to have a bottle of champagne and we'll be popping it open at 10:30 Eastern when it's called. I think to our previous speaker, if North Carolina goes for Biden, we can basically go to sleep. Florida, I think, honestly, Florida is going to go to Trump just because of the Cuban population. It was interesting hearing NBC's coverage of talking about the Latinos in Arizona and Florida, not realizing you're talking about Cuban Americans and Mexican Americans, which are two totally different groups. I think our concerns should be looking at, if I was to look at something right now, I'd be wondering about Georgia, because we are seeing some really good numbers out of Georgia. And with those 2 Senate races, we could indeed have, before the end of the night, a Morehouse man in the runoff and both Georgia races going to runoff. I think Warnock is better positioned than Ossoff, but I think for us, if North Carolina or Georgia go for Biden and those two could happen tonight, we can all go to bed because Pennsylvania will be a fait accompli. That's just what I'm thinking. Okay.
Are you surprised, John, that Texas is actually still in play for Biden, according to the Associated Press's latest projections? Has that shocked you somewhat?
I know, but it hasn't shocked me at all because remember, Texas has been at a knife's edge, and despite it being heavily gerrymandered at the federal level, the Texans are actually looking at flipping the state house. So actually, this Texas State House is up in play right now. They're trying to flip, I believe, about 10 seats. So Texas was very much in play. Remember, on our last cycle, Beto O'Rourke was this close to pulling it. So I think Texas is going to be what North Carolina has already been. The question is, do we see it this election cycle or do we see it the next election cycle? So I'm not surprised at all that Texas is still in play.
Very good. While we continue to watch these results as they come in, you know, we were talking about just some general issues. And now that we have the new group that's coming in here, I want to get your thoughts on some things. We've talked a lot in the first hour and a half here about what the Trump administration has not done. One of the questions I have for you as a group, and whoever wants to jump in first can, what do you believe the Biden administration would be able to do differently than the Trump administration on certain issues? So I want to start off first with talking about the coronavirus pandemic. How would a President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris deal with this scourge? As some epidemiologists consider us not even out of the first wave, let alone heading into the second wave. So actually, I want to start with Mike Smith as an epidemiologist. What are your thoughts on what the Biden administration would be able to do differently than the Trump administration if it wins?
Well, Chuck, first of all, the Biden administration will do something. That's number one. One of the things that I'm an epidemiologist, and I teach at the Schmidt College of Medicine down here in South Florida in Boca Raton. And one of the things that I have discussions about a great deal with my colleagues across the nation, physicians and epidemiologists and other scientists alike, is that the biggest issue right now is that the federal government, the Trump administration, has really hamstringed some of our very reliable public health institutions. The fact that we're even questioning data that comes out of the CDC, questioning information that comes out of the Department of Health and Human Services. And it's because of the interference of this administration. They are afraid of science. They are afraid of facts because it does not play into their politics. I never thought I would see the day where science was in question. Many of the things that we enjoy and rely upon in the world today is built on the back of science. And so, this administration has politicized science. We just heard the other day where the crowd at one of Trump's rallies called for the firing of Dr. Fauci. My colleague, Dr. Fauci, is the leading authority on what we should be doing right now in terms of getting this pandemic under control. I've given several lectures this past year and last year on COVID-19, and it's just amazing to me how many people are shirking off just clear information to keep themselves protected. And I encourage our community. I know that people are tired of staying inside and being cooped up, but please understand that the virus is still out there. And so it's still not safe to go out to restaurants and things of that nature, especially if they're enclosed. You go to our local hospitals, we are seeing some terrible scenes of people in ICUs, people who suffered second bouts of COVID-19, needing lung transplants. So the Biden administration, I'm confident, will bring us to restore normalcy and allow our well-established public health institutions and career professionals to do the job that they spent all their lives training for.
Absolutely. Patrick, I see in the comment section, you made a comment with regards to he and Dr. Birx are done. What are your thoughts on that, Noop, in regards to if Trump wins heading forward, whether or not, what does that spell for Dr. Fauci and Dr. Birx, the two leading epidemiologists within the Trump administration? Will they be nixed?
First of all, we have to acknowledge that this administration has put out so much erroneous information that we have to question, as the brother just said, everything that comes out of the administration that is not from an expert, the reality and the truth of it. Going back to your original question of what the Biden campaign or the Biden presidency would do, the first thing they do would be to acknowledge that there is a pandemic. This presidency here, the Trump presidency, it took them too long to acknowledge that this disease, this pandemic, was infecting and killing thousands of Americans, of women, of African Americans, of frontline workers on a regular daily basis. The acknowledgement is the first thing. The second issue that the Biden campaign or the Biden presidency would do the proper investments in education and medical technology to make sure that we can diagnose, to make sure that we can identify and assist people in migrating and moving forward. And that's outside of the entire economic development aspect of this. I believe that Fauci and Birx, that they're experts in their own right. This administration has disacknowledged them, even though they still keep them there. But I think the damage is done if Trump were to win, that they have done so much truth telling that is in direct consequences of what this administration is putting out, that they would have to leave.
Indeed. Sonia, let me ask you this. As a longtime physician, is it unusual for you to have patients who challenge your expertise on issues? Like, for instance, you have a Dr. Fauci, you have a Dr. Birx, you have other medical professionals across the country who are indicating that mask wearing and social distancing are key cogs in being able to flatten the curve of the coronavirus. And yet there are so many people, either ranging from President Trump on down to my governor in Florida and many other Republican governors and leaders across the country, who continue to scoff at the idea of mask wearing and flattening the curve. Is this unusual from your experience, that even as a licensed medical doctor who has done all the training and has been practicing for a number of years, do you find that women who are in your care sometimes shrug their shoulders, or, hey, doctor, I read on Google that blah, 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 blah? Is this unusual from your perspective?
Well, I mean, it's definitely not unusual to have people, question science, but I definitely think it's been heightened over the last couple of years, and definitely it's gone to a whole new level during the pandemic, because it's never been politicized, as far as following the science and listening to the experts and following CDC recommendations. I've never had it to this extent. So, I mean, yes, we deal with people that, don't believe in vaccines. And as an obstetrician gynecologist, we're going through the free birth kind of movement. So, I mean, those things have always, been there, but to just have complete opposition to just doing fundamental basic things to protect themselves and their families has never been an issue. And especially, just to be able to have a conversation and them trust you as their the one taking care of them has never been as much of an issue as it is. I do think that goes back to just the leadership. I mean, they kind of put us behind the ball. It's like David fighting Goliath without, blindfolded, without even a slingshot. We're still working where we don't have all the PPE that we need. I mean, we're still reusing, wearing, masks that are meant to be one-time use only, wearing them until they're unusable, whatever that means. I think, like Dr. Smith mentioned, the ICUs are still, in a lot of places maxed out to capacity. Still having an issue of testing, not necessarily enough testing being done, and just to have, our public health institutions politicized and having him, I guess, Trump putting his mouthpieces. And that doesn't take away from, the career professionals who are at the CDC or, NIH and FDA, that, they still have their career professionals in place that are doing the real work, but it kind of undermines them to have someone who's not an expert, who's the one in front of everyone doing all the talking and kind of counteracting all the fact-based, science-based realities of how we should be approaching this.
Yes, indeed. Mike Brooks, has it shocked you and we haven't talked about this since August, but has it shocked you to see mask wearing become a political issue? And is that something that if Trump wins a second term, do you see now that he has had it, his son has had it, his wife has had it, and a number of members of his inner circle, do you think that he will start to advocate for a wiser use of mask and social distancing? Or do you think that it will be status quo in regards to, I think even just this past weekend, I actually heard him at a rally on Sunday poking fun at Laura Ingraham, one of the Fox News contributors, and she's a show host and what have you. He was picking on her at the rally about, I can't believe you're wearing a mask. Don't tell me that you bought into the hype. Do you think that that is going to change with a Trump if he wins a second term, Mike Brooks?
Yes. Well, I don't think anything really changes when it comes to Donald Trump. I think he is who he is, and he will always be that. This man doesn't admit when he's made a mistake. This man does not apologize. This man does not walk anything back. He doubles down, as a matter of fact, whenever he is caught in his own lies. So emphatically, no. He's already had coronavirus, and yet he has not changed his own dialogue. So that's not who he is, and I don't think we should expect him to be any different. But I would like to answer your other question. You know, what do we think of a Biden-Harris a presidential White House would do for coronavirus? And I think we've all said part of it. But one is we need to make the testing for COVID-19 affordable or free. And I think a Biden-Harris ticket would do that. Also, the sister spoke of not having PPEs. I remember Governor Cuomo going toe-to-toe with Donald Trump, talking about he needed respirators, and Donald Trump and he fighting about, well, why do you need so many? You know, that shouldn't be an issue. The federal government, we are the United States of America. We are the #1 economy in the world. The last thing we need to argue about is whether or not people need supplies so that we can stay alive. So I think all those things are important, but also backing essential workers, ensuring that they have premium pay is critical as well. So your question to me was, will he change? No, he won't change like the stuff jingling in your pocket. Is not going to happen.
Yeah, and I think that one of the things that has kind of concerned me about it with the politicization is there are times that even when I'm working in Tallahassee, you know, I'm masked up. Obviously, as I've shared very candidly, I am at risk. I am a diabetic. I have high blood pressure, and I have a history of asthma. I know one of our doctors who's off right now, but it's going to come back on later. Ericka Goodwin was talking about her own issues with insurance coverage pre-Affordable Care Act. But with that in mind, you know, sometimes when I'm in stores, just this past weekend, I had a situation that happened in Publix that could have turned real ugly real quickly because there was an older white male who did not have a mask on, and he was upset. And the irony of it was, I was like, goodness gracious, I do not want to get into fisticuffs in Publix about chicken. We were both waiting because the stereotypes of that alone, I mean, goodness gracious. But what happened is we had both ordered some hot wings, you know, watch on Football Saturday, and I had been there first, and I actually had 2 orders of it. And when mine came first, and I'm sitting there talking back and forth with one of my friends who works in the deli at Publix and what have you, I think this guy got very upset that mine came first and they filled my order. And so he ran up on me with I ordered chicken too. And so I, in so many words, had to tell him to back. And we're, you know, family friendly show, so I won't say what all I did.
What'd you say to him?
Yeah, I said a lot, and I sure he got the memo. And
can't fight over chicken in public.
Yeah, and that's what was really killing me, right? Like I was like, dude, all the stereotypes there. You know, I don't want to be a stereotype. I don't want to be on the headlines. Chuck Hobbs of Tallahassee is fighting in Publix over a 20-piece hot wings from Publix. I mean, that was not what I wanted to do. But having said all of that, are you shocked when you hear Sonia and other doctors make the comments, medical doctors, I'm coming back to Mike Smith on this, saying that they are lacking the equipment necessary to be able to ply their trade. Mike Smith, can you take that? I know that you wanted to talk some more about COVID-19, but I would really like your thoughts on the epidemiological side of this. How do you feel about that when you realize that we talk about being the greatest economy in the world, and yet we can't feel PPEs for our medical providers?
Well, Chuck, leadership sets the tempo for everything. In any organization, in any institution, it's the people at the top that set the tempo. The people on the ground, the people at the front lines, allow the leadership to know what's needed, and it's up to leadership to put things in process to make those things happen. Down here in the Boca Raton area, our 2 area hospitals, like many hospitals across the nation, are dealing with, this spike in COVID cases. And we're seeing that our hospital beds are filling up. My students, as they go into their rotations in different area hospitals, they're reporting things that they're seeing that are just, unheard of before. The fact of the matter is that when Joe Biden takes over, we will have a return to normalcy. We will be able to put faith into our long-standing institutions of public health, like the CDC, like the Department of Health and Human Services. And so, for hospitals right now, they are holding on, as best they can. Our frontline workers are doing the best they can. Our emergency room physicians are doing the best they can with limited material. I had to go online and look up materials for my sister, who's also a frontline worker up in the Central Florida area. So, many of my friends and colleagues, I'm a member of the T. Leroy Jefferson Medical Society, and I sit on the board, and many of my friends and colleagues are local physicians, and they report all the challenges that they are dealing with. And so these things are reflective across the nation, and it's so important that we get in a new administration so that career professionals in all aspects can return to doing the jobs that they were trained to do, the jobs that we've spent many years training, many years studying to understand how to do and to do for the American people.
A latest report from the Associated Press that up in Michigan, it looks as if with 19% of the precincts reporting, Donald Trump has a 57.3% advantage over Joe Biden right now, 40.8%. And again, that's only with 19% of precincts reporting. So that means it's very early. We have a long way to go. But with that in mind, Michigan, clearly a critical state. The president has spent quite a bit of time back and forth in Michigan over the last month. We remember the issue that happened with its governor, Gretchen Whitmer, was threatened by a group of individuals. You had the FBI had to break up a ring of alt-right individuals who were trying to kidnap her and potentially execute her and or her family. And yet here we are finding that early on, it looks like the president is actually pressing the advantage up in Michigan. Jason Hayes, you got any thoughts on that? And then Ursula, I'm going to come back to you because you said something in the chat that had me almost burst all the way out laughing. And I want to give you an opportunity to express some of that on air. So Jason Hayes, what are your thoughts about what we're seeing so far with the president trending upward up in Michigan right now?
To me, that's not really surprising in that Michigan has always been a militia central. I mean, keep it the whole 100. But also, rural counties always come in first. It's easy to count 2,000 people. And places like Detroit and Saginaw and Flint, more heavily populated places, I mean, it takes longer to tally those votes. But for me, I still feel like the media is doing a disservice by making it seem like this thing will be over after tonight. And that's how people start getting in an uproar, because they're saying it's already been called. You said, how can you change your mind now? And, like for instance, Pennsylvania is actually taking certain ballots and they're separating them according to what was received, by a certain date and what came in after another date, because they're tied to the appeal in the lawsuit that the Republicans have already filed. So they're not even counting those mail-in ballots already. And depending upon what the court says, it will determine whether or not, those ballots will be counted or not, which affects the entire count overall. And I'm certain that those things happen in other places.
Indeed.
As well.
Patrick Grayson, before I go to Ursula, Patrick, you had some interesting points here in the comment section. Take it away, brother. What are your thoughts with regards to these early returns that we're seeing up in Michigan?
Yeah. My background is actually in data analysis. And we look at all the fun stuff behind the digital and the social media. One of the things that irks me a little bit is all of the early returns, the announcements. Of course, I get the politics of it, I get the media aspect of it, but you don't know if the big counties are in, the big Democratic counties, the big Republican counties. As the brother just alluded to, the urban counties come in, the rural counties come in first. It essentially waiting to the very end is what we want, but they got to fill up airtime and they've got to sell ads. So they've got to draw the whole thing out. But the actuality of the whole situation is these bigger Democratic leaning counties take a lot of time. Now, there are also three factors that you must consider. The popular vote, the electoral college, and absentee counting, which is something that's really unique. And I'm actually adding that to my whole portfolio now, because this year, as you know, absentee ballots and absentee engagement is completely new. We had so many in Alabama that has actually changed the landscape as we continue to address voting access and voter engagement. But all of these three factors, the calculus of these three factors is making it to where you really got to sit back, take more time than 2016. I don't know how many of y'all remember, but 2016 was a long night, or maybe it was a long week, or maybe it was a long month. But I think that we're going to witness some of that over the course of the next day or the next week.
Amen. With that, follow up right quickly, Patrick, when you're talking, and I see you, Ayinde. Patrick, let me ask you this. When you're talking about analysis that's coming in on election night, what factors do the networks use in projecting a winner? I know that we have the ability tonight to be able to see actual winners as the Associated Press begins to call them. But when you start to, if you're watching, for some of our viewers who are both watching us, as well as the CNNs and the MSNBCs and the Fox Newses of the world, what leads to one of those networks saying they are projecting that it is going one way or the other?
A 95% or 99% vote count would be my suggestion, because as we've seen in the past, those estimated projections that aren't complete, they actually lead to a lot of people that haven't voted changing their minds, either not going to the polling place or going to the place. But to answer your question, a lot of people on the ground calling in results, a lot of people at these courthouses, these probate judge places, and sending in information with final numbers. And in my perspective, that's what should be done in terms of the estimated projection that a lot of the media outlets are using. I want to say that I think I'm pausing a little bit, because most of them are getting away from doing that type of projection until they have about a 95% accuracy rate.
Got you.
That's what I was going to say.
Go ahead,
I was just going to add that to Corey's piece, is that we've seen a definite shift from what happened in 2016, when everyone was coming with these crazy projections, to now where they're taking their time to really wait and see what's happening in the respective districts and so forth,
Absolutely.
But Chuck, I think they're still making some assumptions. I really do, because, for example, they called Mississippi. I'm looking at these numbers, and they said that it's 12% of the vote. So how are you calling Mississippi for somebody with just 12% of the votes here? I don't understand that. So, but I think that they're just relying on the fact that some of these places are historically what they are, and because these people have strongholds in these areas, they're just calling it. Because I can't get how you can call Mississippi when you only have 12%.
No, absolutely, definitely feeling you on that. With that in mind, John Thomas, I wanted to ask you another question, because I'm sitting here looking at the numbers from my home state of Florida, and again, we're getting closer and closer. 91% reporting, which is closer to the numbers that Patrick Grayson was saying get you to a higher level of certainty. So with 91% of the precincts reporting right now, Donald Trump holds a 51.3% lead over Joe Biden at 47.8%. And the difference is a little over 270 some odd thousand votes right now between the two men. So there's a very strong possibility here that, because obviously, like I was saying earlier in the episode tonight, that Florida, Panhandle, and what have you, those precincts were closing later than ones that were in the Eastern time zone here in the state. So there's a great chance that some of the votes that aren't in are from the Western Panhandle, but also to the point that Ursula and Ayinde and Jason have made, that you have the higher population centers down in South Florida that probably are still trudging away, trying to get the votes counted, and what have you. It's still too early to perhaps tell. But with that in mind, John Thomas, I wanted to come back to you. You said something earlier that I would like for you to expand upon. I'm always bragging here at Hobbservation Point about the fact that I have so many nerd friends in so many fields of endeavor that are knocking it out the park on a day-to-day basis. And John Thomas, again, my editor for the Christian Recorder, but he is also working on his dissertation. This guy is a nerd of the highest order, and I can't praise him more than I can. I mean, as great of a quiz bowl player as I was, and I would toot my own horn, I was great. This kid was far greater than I ever could have imagined to be at Morehouse College about a decade after I left. I used to sit in amazement moderating for him and watching him play. And he's continued to be that kind of nerd in his real life. But with that, you do a lot of work, John, with regards to Latino cultures in particular. And I, too, find it interesting that many of the major networks with people who are making millions of dollars to come into your homes on a night-to-night basis, they lump Latinos into one large group, so to speak, not understanding the dynamics. John, do you want to talk a little bit more about the concerns about why it is that, Florida may be trending Republican because it's heavily Cuban American, as opposed to what it is you're seeing out in Arizona, or maybe even in Texas, that potentially could fall in the Biden camp with a number of people who are Mexicans who are living in Texas and Arizona? Take it away, John.
Certainly. First of all, I want to go back to what Ursula said about regarding Mississippi. Now, I've got several tabs open, all these things open, while they're making comfortable projections of the presidential race. That Senate race has not been called, and no one's going to call that Senate race because Mike Espy is definitely in the running. So and in some of these states, you're going to see them confident making calls on the president race versus the Senate race. For instance, in Maine, they're going to probably call the main race for Biden, even though, of course, we know they split their electoral votes, whereas that Susan Collins Gideon race is probably going to go 2-3 days long. So let's be clear that some things they can call, some things they can't call, but we do know that there were years where they called some things they shouldn't have called. But about the Latinos, again, Chuck, we really need to talk about, and if someone wrote in the chat, yes, Puerto Ricans and Cubans in Florida. There was a thought that due to the Puerto Rican diaspora, because of Hurricane Maria, that Florida would trend more to the blue side than it actually would have given before Maria, when many of these Latinos moved to Florida. However, what we're seeing is Trump, and I was watching the Miami rally, and I was talking to some of my Latino friends about this who are from Florida. I mean, the Cuban population has been activated. The Venezuelan diaspora has been activated, and Trump is really hitting hard on this whole socialism. And in Florida, you have a lot of Cubans, Nicaraguans, and Venezuelans who are coming in from these right-wing areas, and Trump has tapped truly into them. And also, there's another part about Trump that we're not talking about that isn't just about Trump, it's about machismo, the Latino machismo. And I was reading an article about why Latino men have been trending for Trump. Trump is the paragon of machismo. And for many Latinos, the strong man, this authoritarian man, is someone that they're looking at. They said, yes, we want to go with this person. But in general, looking at ethnicity, and I do not understand how they could put races in Arizona, Colorado, Texas, and Florida, and New York together and say the Latino vote. There is no Latino vote. There are Latino votes. And in Texas, we're seeing, again, shifts. Arizona will go blue tonight. I would bank on that. Arizona will go blue tonight, and part of that's going to be because the Latinos there. And also something that we really haven't talked about are Black Latinos. For the first time in this country, we're looking at electing 2 openly Black Latinos to Congress. Black Latinos, not Dominicans who happen to be Black but in Congress, but actually people will say, I am Black and Latino. A gentleman in New York And in Texas right now, Candace Valenzuela are trending. So this Latino idea we're going to have to complicate, because they themselves are saying, it's not just the Latino monolith anymore. We have to look at the conservative and liberal Latinos. We have to look at our different ethnicities, and we have to look at our different races. So, for instance, the CBC has a rule that you could only be part of either the CBC or the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. Now they have a Black Latino from New York, and he said, can I be in both? So I really think if it's one thing we're going to learn in 2020 going forward, is that we have to complicate our understandings of what it means to be Latino in the United States and how it's going to impact these elections going forward.
Absolutely. And John, another follow-up question to that I want to pose to the panel is this, is that when I talk to a lot of Trump supporters across the country, and I know you're thinking, Chuck, you actually talk to Trump supporters? There's no way that you can't. You can't walk 5 feet in Florida without running into a Republican, right? So I even had to post on Facebook earlier today where I put out Biden-Harris posters today to counter some of the Trump Pence ones and what have you, because I'm like, we got to have some balance here, right? If we're going to be a democracy. But with that in mind, what a lot of Trump supporters like to talk about, y'all, is this fear of socialism that John just brought up. It's not just the Latino cultures that are concerned about it. There are a lot of Americans who seem to be concerned about it too. One of the things that I hear more than anything else is, well, if Biden and Harris win, they are going to be pulled all the way to the left because of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and the squad, and they're going to run the government. And next thing you know, we're going to have socialism. And with that in mind, who wants to jump into that first? That number one, Joe Biden has been what maybe 10 years ago, people would have called him a moderate Republican throughout the majority of his career. This is no bleeding heart progressive by any stretch of the imagination. And it continues to defy credulity, in my opinion, to hear people trying to cast Senator Kamala Harris as a flaming progressive either, because I'm like, well, what is it? On the one hand, you have brothers and sisters on Facebook and social media saying that she's the police and she's too conservative, and yet you've got conservatives trying to say she's liberal and she's going to just open up the jails and just let everybody out. So who wants to jump in on that first? Ayinde, I saw your hand and I see you laughing. So I'm gonna let Ayinde go, then Mike, then Patrick, and then Sonia. I see you smiling too, so I'm gonna follow up with you. So go ahead, Ayinde.
First of all, Chuck, great question. But I want to touch back on what I said. It's really
Ayinde, I'm going to come back to you, brother. Looks like we're having some communication issues. Hop right in on that, Patrick.
My dear Chuck.
Hold on. Who is that? You got it right now?
I'm telling you, every time I mention Trump's name, something happens.
Yes, see, not trying to let you be good. All right, we got you now. Go ahead, brother. You got the mic.
Okay. But what I was going to say is what John mentioned about the machismo and the toughness. That's really all of the Trump supporters that I have talked to, and these are Caucasian supporters, and that's one of the things that they cite. They don't really care about policy or any of those things, but they really like the fact that he's the tough guy, which is ironic enough, and I'm sure my feed is going to go out when I say this, is that he's such not the tough guy. You know, he's the antithesis of being a tough guy. But you know, kind of moving forward from that point, I think that you know, as we're coming in and we're dealing with what's happening with the Latino votes and what's happening with everything that's going on with the election, and Trump is resonating. I'm sorry, I know I'm kind of going back a little bit, Chuck, but I just wanted to say that, you know, with them, it's important for people to understand that John kind of hit it right on the head when it comes to the Latino community and the differences within the Latino community in itself. So that's going to be a big, interesting play as we move forward and continue to see the results of the election.
Amen. Mike Brooks, let me let you hop in right quick. With that, I know that you spend a great bit of your career with dealing with behavioral trends with human beings. Talk to us a little bit about this machismo that everybody is speaking here, both from a Latino culture standpoint as well as whites. And let's just face it, some Black men. I'm going to come back to that in a minute because there have been projections that there are a number of Black men who have supported Donald Trump this go round too, and I want to talk about that. But Mike, Are you shocked by that, or what are your thoughts with regards to Trump as the tough guy being the attracting factor for a good number of males across this country?
Yeah, the only thing I would just offer is it's the perceived tough guy. Because like we've all said, if we pull back the layers and we study Donald Trump for who he really is, there's not a whole lot of courage that we've seen. He's just used what he's had for his own benefit, and he's always gotten, we use this phrase a lot down in Florida, throw rocks and hide your hand. And that's really who he's always been. But machismo, machoism, cool posing, these are phrases that we've always heard that typically we try to manifest to appear appealing to females, really. So we know about it, but I think if we all had some proper schooling and some proper rearing by our families, we know that that's one aspect of being a man. That's one aspect of being honorable and having good moral fiber. And at some point, just being macho isn't enough to carry the mail. So I can see why people could get behind that, but that's a shallow reason to maintain that belief. I would go to Barack Obama has just as much machismo as Donald Trump, but he also has the other factors that make him a leader, the ability to make tough decisions, the ability to be empathic with the majority of people, the ability to advocate for the marginalized groups of people, the ability to do what is right for America, the ability to allow the underserved to prosper. There's a whole lot more to being a leader than just appearing to be tough. It's the ability to do what's right and be tough when it's necessary, but also be empathic as well.
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead. Is that Mike Smith? Go ahead. Go ahead.
I just, the thing that bothers me the most is that Donald Trump is nowhere near tough. The brothers have said it earlier, and they've been spot on. Donald Trump is and always has been a rich white boy who pretends to be tough. Okay, Chuck, I think you and I are cut from the same cloth. That man has never been in anything resembling a fist fight. Okay, you put up your duke to that guy, he would run and hide. Okay. But it's embarrassing to me that Black men, Hispanic men have bought into this tough guy image. He is the absolute opposite of that. The man is an absolute coward, okay? And understand this as well. The Hispanics in South Florida are totally different than Hispanics that you will see in Texas, and Arizona area, Nevada. They come in, the Cubans down in South Florida, those from Nicaragua, those from Venezuela, they will tell you that their experience is very different from those Hispanics. So let's not put them together as one. The Hispanics down in South Florida, the Cuban, those from Venezuela, and Nicaragua, they see themselves more so connected to the Republican ideology, okay? So they don't even see themselves the same. And one last thing, I think Ursula mentioned it earlier, she was concerned about the Mississippi thing. I've been looking at this map all day, okay? And I just want to just calm, my community down a little bit. We don't, in order for Joe Biden to get to 270, actually beyond 270, he doesn't need Florida. He doesn't need Alabama. He doesn't need Mississippi. Doesn't need Louisiana, Tennessee. If Biden can pick up Michigan, okay, if he can pick up Michigan, let's say he gets Pennsylvania and maybe North Carolina, this thing is over with. So I just want us to pay attention to the electoral votes in each one of the states, and let's not get too nervous right now. I think by the time we get to the 12 o'clock hour, we're gonna have a better sense of where we're standing right now. But this fallacy that Donald Trump is a tough guy, give me a break. I know little girls who have more backbone than Donald Trump.
Yeah,
Ohio's a big play too.
Yeah, go ahead.
Your father, he fought in Vietnam. Every man in my family who is a generation ahead of me, they fought in Vietnam. And I am totally amazed by the veterans who support Donald Trump, knowing that he draft dodged and knowing that he called the military stupid. I mean, to Michael's point, it's so amazing that the people who are real tough guys, people who have been injured in battle, who have lost limbs, somehow have been warped to the point where they are applauding him for whatever it is he's doing. He doesn't even make tough decisions. He does what benefits him. He has a clear-cut model. He only does what's economically advantageous to him. You can predict what he's going to do ahead of time. He is emotionalist, and that's how he rolls. So I don't even think he's not smart. He's not anything. He's just a figurehead who just follows the old conservative doctrine.
But you know what's interesting? I want to hop in on that. One of the things that I find interesting in American culture is that so many of our fellow Americans worship celebrities, right? And this isn't just a Donald Trump thing. You find it also among Black people. The most classic example I can give you is over the last month. There have been people who were willing to get blocked off of my page because they felt as if I was hating on Ice Cube. And again, I'm like, dude, I was an Ice Cube fan when I was a teenager, all right? When I was in my early 20s. Still listen to some of his stuff now. I'm not hating on him. I just don't believe that he had his act together when it came to putting together a cogent plan for a Black agenda. And he was exposed. When he was on Roland Martin's show, he was exposed. Every other platform he's been on, he looked high, half-baked, and not able to actually articulate what it is he's trying to say. So with that in mind, that's not hate, it's the truth. But there are some people who would be willing to fight you. They might want to find you at the Morehouse College or fan you homecoming tent and scrap because you had something negative to say about Ice Cube. Or get this, remember R. Kelly a few years ago? No matter how many videotapes came out with R. Kelly on it doing all sorts of unmentionable things to children, there are still some people who bump for R. Kelly right now. Likewise, Dr. Bill Cosby. So with that in mind, the celebrity worship aspect of this, I think, cannot be discounted. There are a number of people who love Donald Trump based upon his reality show, The Apprentice, and they love how he projects strength. Very similar to Ronald Reagan. If you really think back on it, I know all of us on this panel, we were children when Reagan was president, but we remember him. It wasn't so much that he was this great intellectual, totalitarian type or whatever that made conservatives so happy, but he projected well. He gave speeches that made his followers just fall in line in formation, and he had underlings that were able to do the heavy lifting for him. And that's what I think attracts quite a bit of conservatives to him. But I want to talk to our ladies about this a little bit. Both Sonia and Ursula have been kind of quiet on this toxic masculinity aspect of it. Ladies, what are your thoughts with regards to this? The celebrity worship, the strong man, so to speak, image that Donald Trump portrays that so many people find appealing. I want to come to Sonia first on that, and then Ursula, I'd like for you to give your thoughts on it.
I honestly don't get it. I mean, he doesn't even project well or represent himself well. His speeches are horrible. He doesn't exhibit, baseline intelligence. Like, I honestly don't get it. And, especially, just all the things we knew about him even before he ran for office. He was a womanizer, and then, with all these sexual assault allegations circling, like, no one else would be able to have that much background and even be able to run. So I never got it from the beginning. I definitely think it's an insult to say that he is the epitome of masculinity or manhood. It's embarrassing. He's not like any of the men that I know in my family. It's about being accountable, accomplished, competent, exhibiting, intelligence, accepting responsibility and accountability when you're not right, and it's just,
I got you. I appreciate that. I appreciate your perspective. Ursula, what's your thoughts on this Donald Trump as the alpha male perception that so many of his followers seem to enjoy?
Donald Trump is a bully. It's nothing strong about being a bully. Most bullies are cowards, and he's a coward. And so it's problematic on a number of levels. That there are men and women who are attracted to that, because that's what they're attracted to, him being a bully. You know, I remember him being in the debate with Hillary Clinton and standing over her. Once again, I operate on a wish factor. I really wish I had been a presidential candidate, because I promise you he wouldn't have been standing over me. he needs to find the right one, and you know, and you'll see how strong he is. But you know, I have never in my life liked bullies. And that's the first thing about him that I noticed. And, you know, it's just so disappointing that people gravitate toward that and don't even realize that's what they're doing, because there's nothing strong about him. He doesn't accept responsibility. He doesn't feel he has an obligation to this country. I mean, there's just absolutely nothing about this man that exudes strength.
Yeah, and other than the fact that he's a low-key comedian, that it's for many of us, it's no longer funny. I remember when he was running back in 2015 and 2016, there were times when he was on the debate stage, and I just thought he was absolutely hilarious when he was, you know, poking the bear and giving a hard time to his fellow candidates. But it was at that point when I was laughing that I was thinking that there's no way on earth that a reality TV star who was a Democrat the majority of his life would actually come out of a Republican primary. And then I realized after a while the joke was on me and on the rest of us who failed to realize that, again, the celebrity it factor is a very crucial part of the American psyche, that people tend to want to believe what they think someone might be as opposed to the reality of what they are. And I also think to an extent there's a level of Stockholm syndrome with this also. And what I mean by that is, and I'm not trying to act like an expert on it, I know Mike, you can probably talk about this, not probably, you can talk about this far better than I can. I know when we get Ericka Goodwin back on, she can as well. One of the concerns you have here is that a lot of people, when they look at Donald Trump, they see their fathers, or they see their husbands, or they see their brothers, so to speak. And with that in mind, if you were raised around an authoritarian type father, or if you had a husband or have a husband who is a beat the table and what I say goes and blah, 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 blah. If that's what you're used to, it's almost like an attractor, so to speak. That's what I kind of sense from it. But again, it's one of the things that crosses the ideological spectrum when it comes to it. You all, I have an update that I think is important because again, in addition to the Biden-Trump race that we are watching, we are definitely watching some of the Senate races. Most of the prognosticators have indicated that they believe that the Democratic Party will extend its lead in Congress and the House of Representatives for the next 2 years before the midterm elections. But there were some concerns as to whether or not the Democratic Party could flip the Senate blue. And I can tell you that out of Colorado, I believe that the Associated Press is calling the U.S. Senate race for John Hickenlooper. He has defeated Republican one-term Senator Cory Gardner. So that is definitely something that's moving forward because, again, if we are to push toward, if there is a President Biden and we are to push towards some of the agenda aspects that I hope that we can get to talk about here moving forward over the next hour and a half and what have you, it's going to be critical to be able to have a blue wave all the way across as opposed to having a divided Senate and House of Representatives. So congratulations to Senator-elect John Hickenlooper out of Colorado on his victory tonight. But I also want to, as we head into what is going to be the third hour now, and I thank, again, each of you for watching tonight, both on Facebook as well as on YouTube, for being with us this evening. One of the things I want to talk about is we talk a lot on the Hobbservation Point about what it is we don't like about Donald Trump. I also want to make sure we talk a little bit more about what it is that you feel about Joe Biden. What do you like? What do you dislike? What concerns you may have heading into a potential Biden-Harris administration moving forward. And so one of the first questions I want to throw up as we enter into this next hour is this. What are your thoughts in regards to what has, you know how they say a lie can go around the world so very quickly. One of the things that he has been pushed on very effectively from the right, and the reason I say effectively is that it has titillated quite a bit of potential voters this year, is the concept that Sleepy Joe, as Donald Trump calls him, is senile and incapable of being able to lead. Now, anyone who watched the town hall meeting that Joe Biden had when Trump was sick and could not participate in the second debate, or the third debate, because the first debate, let's call it what it was a fiasco, it was a shouting match. You really couldn't get a feel for one or the other with the way that, particularly Trump, I think he interrupted Biden 76 times, according to the Associated Press. I believe that Biden interrupted him 37. But that third debate, if you watch the third debate and if you watch the town hall and you still came away thinking that this lie that Joe Biden is senile and doesn't know up from down, then that just goes to show that your mind was closed off and you just are not necessarily paying close attention. But I want to talk about that with you all, the age factor with Joe Biden. He's 77, I believe, or 78 years old. Obviously we would love for him, if he wins, to be able to serve 2 full terms, but you just don't know. With that in mind, who wants to take a stab at that first in regards to this slur that he's senile, doesn't know what's going on with him, and that he won't be able to make it through a first term? I even think President Trump said the other day that he'd probably be dead within 3 weeks of being inaugurated. And so who wants to take a stab at that first? Actually, let me go to Patrick. You've been kind of quiet for a minute. I want to holler at you about that.
Yeah, I've got a lot of things to say. The first thing I would like, I've been hearing a lot about this FAMU Morehouse thing. I want to invite you all to a real homecoming at Alabama A&M University. So,
Lord.
Just extending that invite. But back to the question in hand, and I'm going to make it real simple for everyone. If my president, Barack Obama, co-signs on Joe Biden, he has my support. If he's done a health check and he's done a quality check, he completely has my full support. And to me, that's the ending question for whether Joe Biden is able to continue for 4 years.
Very good. Who else wants to take a stab at that? I know Ayinde had to drop off for a minute. Monica Harris is going to be joining us again here in a minute. Mike Smith, go ahead, brother.
Honestly, I don't really have any concerns about Joe Biden's capability of doing the job or frailty of anything. None of us know when God is going to call us, call us to lead. So I'm not concerned about that. And even if that were the case, I have full confidence that our sister will be able to take over the reins and run the ball. Okay, so I'm really not concerned about that. And I just want to say something, in terms of, I really don't like to get into this discussion about things that, Democrats don't like about Biden, because honestly, I feel like that's what makes Democrats stupid. I feel like that's what makes many of our members of our Black community foolish, talking about things from many, many years ago that don't reflect the man today. When we have a psychopath in the White House right now, you're talking about foolish stuff from many years ago. And usually they're talking about the crime bill. And whereas the comment about, some Black men being predators. If you recall, during that time, crack cocaine was king in the Black community. And if you also recall, if you're old enough, like we are, you remember, a movie called New Jack City, okay? And where Nino Brown, there were a lot of Nino Browns around the country in our communities where Black people were asking for the police to come in and do more to protect them. So we actually did have predators during that time. So I kind of get bothered when I hear people harp on that. No, it wasn't, the crime bill went too far. It overshot. But I believe in putting things in perspective and in proper context. There really were a number of predators in the form of Nino Brown.
Amen. Jason Hayes, what are your thoughts, brother?
That's just something that, they probably focus grouped it and they figured out that that he's that that to win. We've seen Joe rally is so pro-Trump that they're gonna hang on anything that he is. Listen, anybody that's Trump at this point, after 4 years of just complete abject failure, those are people you can't get in the. That is them. But before what I want to say is this: everybody has been predicting for months. All these different companies and stuff been saying, beware of the red mirage. Everyone's been saying that Trump is going to do well tonight because the people that support him are going to wait and they're going to go vote, today. Whereas like roughly 8 out of every 10, absentee ballot requested was asked for by Democrats. So I go back to this, no matter how it looks tonight, we won't know that every vote is counted for Joe Biden to win in a landslide when it's all.
Amen. I want to welcome back also Monica Harris as we enter into the third hour here this evening. Monica, one of the things we were talking about before while you were off was toxic masculinity and attraction to Donald Trump. But more importantly, one of the things I want to address is this perception that Joe Biden is too old, that Joe Biden may not be able to make it through a full term, that Joe Biden it's going to be a tool of the extreme left. What are your thoughts on those ideas that are being tossed out from the right wing?
When you have a candidate or a president whose vocabulary is probably that of my 5-year-old, I think it's laughable. And my 5-year-old's vocabulary actually is probably better. I think it's laughable when the right says that. So listen, Donald Trump is not young. Let's be clear. I think they're maybe 2 or 3 years apart. So I don't really pay very much attention to that. I think to me, when I heard that, it was really a scare tactic. And I'll go back to what I said before, that the discussion within the Republicans space was Joe Biden senile, he's slow, he's sleepy. Kamala Harris, a black woman, the big boogie black woman, angry black woman, is really going to be the person running the country. No one said that, but I can read between the lines, and I know a dog whistle when I hear it. And so when they kept saying Sleepy Joe, Sleepy Joe, Sleepy Joe, all I kept hearing was you were attempting to make it seem like this man is not going to be capable of making tough decisions, which we know is not true, and is not going to be capable of being a leader of the country. And it's really going to go to this black woman who many white men are intimidated by because she speaks her mind and is unapologetic about her positions. So I didn't, again, you have a current president who thinks everything is bigly, and his vocabulary is that of a 5-year-old, if that. I didn't really pay too much attention to those individuals using Sleepy Joe. And if you have to pejoratives and talk about people when you're challenging folks just because of the difference of opinion, you don't get much. I don't really look at you too highly anyway. I'm not really giving much credence to what you're saying anyway.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Also have another update. We have been watching all evening Jamie Harrison up in South Carolina. He fought valiantly, but he has succumbed to the red wave up in South Carolina. The Associated Press is calling that race for incumbent Lindsey Graham. So Lindsey Graham will get another 6 years to serve in the United States Senate moving forward. With that in mind, I also want to throw the question back out here towards Sonia. One of the things we talked about in the first hour, Sonia, before you came on, was what the importance of your soror, Kamala Harris's presence on the Democratic ticket means to each of us. But specifically, I wanted to ask the women who are on the panel, what does that mean? And I'd like to ask you that, Sonia, but to tie it into what we've been talking about for the last hour, I'd like for you to talk about what your feelings have been over the course of the last month, when it's been readily apparent that there are even a lot of black men who have disparaged Kamala Harris, and actually longer than a month, throughout this campaign season, both when she was running for president. There are a number of black men who have either masked their contempt for her with talking about her policies, but in reality, when you peel the layers of the onion back, so to speak, you really start to realize that these are men who are very similar to the fictional Mr. or the Ike Turner as portrayed by Lawrence Fishburne and What's Love Got to Do with It. With that in mind, what's the importance, Sonia, to you of Kamala Harris's presence on the ticket, and how has it made you feel as a professional Black woman to see so many brothers basically taking swipes at her based upon her gender?
So, definitely to have her representation as a Black woman on, on this stage is, it's groundbreaking. But, for me, it's what I've been around all my life, strong Black women, my mom, my grandmothers, being a Spelman graduate. So, we're used to seeing accomplished, intelligent, capable, Black women run things and get things done. So, for me, it's not anything out of the ordinary, but, for other women and young girls and little girls, having that representation, can't be underestimated. Definitely with the misogyny and the chauvinism, I think a lot of that when Hillary ran. So I do think that played a lot into her campaign. And definitely with Senator Harris, it's gone to a whole another level, just because there were some, I want to say polls or focus groups where, people were okay with, or men, some of the men that they questioned were okay with Biden picking a woman, but then when it came, I guess when it was asked about him picking a Black woman, then it was like the percentages of the approval went down. So it was like they were okay with it being, I guess, a white woman or, I don't know, another ethnicity, but for it to be a Black woman, then there were less men in agreement with his choice. So, that definitely was bothersome, but I can't really say I was surprised by it, but it's disheartening to see it as much as it appears that we are, and to have Black men in particular, and definitely not all. I'm definitely seeing more be supportive than not, but to hear Black men disparage her is upsetting.
And with that, I want to throw that to some of the brothers right quick too. Fellas, we talk a lot on Facebook and we've kept it real clean tonight, and I hope we can continue to keep it clean and what have you. But how has it made you all feel to see some of these brothers on social media who have just gone in, whether it's talking about Kamala Harris's history with dating Willie Brown or even her current choice of spouse, being that he's Caucasian? Talk to me a little bit. John Thomas, I'm going to come to you first, and then Patrick, and then Michael, and then Jason. So go ahead, John Thomas. Holler at us about that.
I remember when Kamala was offered the nomination, Willie Brown got up and said she should decline it. Mm-hmm. So from Jump Street, we were having some issues. I was doing the math in my head. We're getting some exit polls and crosstabs, and we're being told based upon exit polls, and of course we know there's a big asterisk because we have this, the voting is the mail-in ballots and whatnot, but based upon the exit polls we have from the New York Times, we're seeing that 17% of Black men voted for the Republican ticket, which means that basically out of every 5 African Americans we have, 5 Black men, one of them decided to vote Trump Pence. Now, we're a family-friendly show, as Chuck said, so I'm not going to use the explicitives I have for that. But it bothers me deeply. And we have some work we have to do as a community when basically Trump has embodied all of our toxic masculinity, all these tropes. As someone said, he's like a rapper. He ain't got no money. His friends are all in jail, and he flosses and abuses women. We have this man, and out of every 5 men in your barbershop, one of them thought about voting for him. that speaks a lot to where we are right now as a community, a lot of what we need to do. I think Senator Harris, yes, there were issues regarding, you can talk a lot about Senator Harris. I mean, I've had my own experiences with her and her campaign crew. We're in a professional capacity, but at the end of the day, we have to circle the wagons. And it's really, really sad and troubling. And we as the African-American community, and we as our Black men need to sit down and talk about these things. Donald Trump has played into this idea that, well, the Democrats do nothing for you. Because I set a few brothers free from jail and I coach rappers, I'm for you. And the fact that 20% of Black men voting by this, because some of them, quite frankly, have an issue with the sister, that's a problem. And, I think Biden made the right choice. I think I would have preferred Val Demings, but I think Kamala Harris was a sound, solid choice. But I think this speaks to the work that we, the brothers, the other 4 brothers in the room, have to go back to our crazy uncle and say, are you crazy? And we really have to interrogate and strip down this toxic masculinity and these issues. But again, remember, when she got up to run, Willie Brown was like, you shouldn't even take it. That was the problem from the beginning. Right?
Yeah.
Chuck, can you hear me?
Yeah, go for it, Patrick.
Let me go ahead and jump in. And this is a sadly funny conversation. Why do we, as a people of the African diaspora and the Afro-Latinos that are with us, if we're all one big happy family, but why do we put our politicians under a scrutiny that we don't put other politicians under? I mean, that has to stop. That has to cease. We would never be asking Hillary Clinton. Well, maybe they would, but all of the other politicians, we would never ask them these just series of questions that we ask about Senator Harris. We would never ask about, are you Indo-Caribbean? Are you African-American? Her personal decision is a personal identification versus the public's acceptance of her has nothing to do with us, and we shouldn't even engage it. Yes, she's on the public stage, but at the same time, we got to get away from this to support candidates of color and allies that want to support issues that move us forward. Now, of course, he had to pick Kamala or Stacey because at Selma, when I was at Bridge Crossing this year, his team made an announcement that the person of color would be, a female person of color, would be the vice president. So they had no choice but to choose a woman of color. Even though we saw where Senator Warren and we saw some other people kind of pulling at the coattails trying to get in the door, I think that they were committed to that. And too many people heard them say and make that commitment to the African-American community, and specifically African-American women that have been the foundation of the Democratic Party across this nation. Democrats can't do any of this without Black women. They can't do any of this without Black people. And one of the things that we've got to do as all people of the diaspora, whether you're Afro-Latino, whether you're African-American, whether you're African Caribbean, we've got to come together, unite. It's more of a question of how do you like your rice and beans? I mean, it unites everybody. Now I know some people don't like rice and beans, but essentially that is a staple of all of our cultures. Do you like them fried? Do you like them boiled? Do you like black beans? Do you like pinto beans? Everything is so simple, but we've got to start putting our Black, African-American, Latino, whatever label y'all want to put on it, we've got to start putting them under more public scrutiny than we would ever dare to put these other public politicians under. Now, if y'all ready for some fire, follow Senator Harris's sister on Twitter. She said all the stuff that Michelle Obama, our first lady, wish she could have said. Now, they're worried about what's going to get out. I think that her sister's going to keep it real, and she's going to keep the American people, once they're elected, just attuned to what the real politics are and what the real policies are and what the real issues are. Because this conversation, I'm so loving this conversation that we're having, because it's actually addressing the elephant in the room. And the elephant in the room, or the donkey in the room, whichever political party you want to use, is race. We keep tiptoeing around it, but everything that we've been discussing, and it's not even about Donald Trump, it's about ethnicity. It's about racial identification. That's the one thing. You can't keep blaming Trump when he's got half the country that elected him in terms of the popular vote that elected him to the country as the president. So essentially, it's bigger than Donald Trump. It's a mentality. It's an attitude. And until we address that from two aspects, as a nation and as a people of the diaspora, we can't expect anything to change. We can't even expect the conversations to change.
Brothers, we've had some great we had some great conversation here from Ursula Holmes, attorney up in Tennessee, and then Sonia Marks, an OBGYN physician in Atlanta, Georgia, about toxic masculinity and some of the negative comments that we have heard, mostly from Black men over the course of the last year and a half when Kamala Harris was first running for president, and since she's joined the Biden ticket as vice president. But I'm asking the brothers now, for those who've just joined us, what their thoughts might be with regards to how we as Black men can address that toxic masculinity. Joy, after you just came in, I'll holler at you in a few minutes. But I want to finish up on that. I know that John Thomas spoke. I know that Patrick Grayson spoke on it. Jason, what are your thoughts about it? I know down here in Florida, we used to call them FNs. I can't say that on air because I believe that the elders in my family are watching, and I'm trying to be on my best behavior and what have you. But with that in mind, I still think of them as FNs. What are your thoughts on that, Jason?
That's my thought on it. I mean, to keep it real, but what I started doing for certain was when I heard people say it, like Black men say those types of things, I would say something and say, nah, man, come on, man, you can't talk like that. You know what I'm saying? Whereas when I was younger, I might not have said anything. I mean, even though I didn't necessarily agree with what was being said. But when you have two daughters and you have a ton of nieces and you have the chance, to get older and understand, what misogyny looks like, what toxic masculinity is, like basically this is a problem because you have a whole swath of men, Black, white, Latino, and otherwise, who have bought into some BS about what a man is, and they are evaluating themselves or measuring themselves towards something that shouldn't even be anything that people should be aspiring to be. So that's what Trump taps into. That's what the GOP are masters at doing. I mean, they're masters at tapping into race, and figuring out ways, to tap those divisions even among Black people, because I mean, listen, they know that it's always going to be some okie doke Negro looking for that pat on the head because he wants to feel extra special. And so knowing that, you're always going to have somebody, who's going to be willing to do whatever they can to just differentiate themselves from everybody else because they're not like the rest of us. And, and any white person that says, well, you know what, you weren't the good ones. Now, if you're a person who values that feedback, you're going to be out here in that 17%, that the brother was just talking about earlier. So until we start redefining what masculinity is, or really clearly define what masculinity is, we're going to always have these issues.
You muted.
Okay, very good. Muted for a few minutes as I had to get a shot of Coke and a little bit, and not cocaine for those who are in the Peace movement, but a shot of Coca-Cola, the real thing, and what have you, to make sure that I continue to can be on here for the next hour and a half. What I wanted to make sure that I do is thank everybody who has watched us thus far. We are in the third hour now of Hobbservation Point Live's election coverage. Still, everything is weighing in the balance. It is still too early, too close to call in many of the critical states that will determine which one of these candidates, Joe Biden or Donald Trump, will make it up to 270. I have with me with my roundtable this evening, Ursula Holmes, attorney up in Tennessee. I have Patrick Grayson, political strategist, numbers analyst, and a guru that's going to be coming back representing Alabama A&M as the way, breaking up some of this House Spellman and FAMU mafia that I tend to have on my show. We welcome this bulldog to the panel. I have Dr. Sonia Marks, OBGYN, out of Atlanta, Georgia, who's brought in some great points for us this evening with regards to what it is she's seeing in the medical field. I have John Thomas, soon to be Dr. John Thomas. He's the editor of the Christian Recorder and a very bright young politico in his own right. I have Dr. Michael J.L. Smith, one of my oldest friends and fraternity brothers, who's an epidemiologist at Florida Atlantic University, who is a proud FAMU Rattler. I have Monica Williams Harris, one of my favorite little sisters and lawyer friends out of Tampa, who always brings it on a day-to-day basis to everybody when it comes to her vision of what politics should be. I have Jason Hayes, another one of my day one Morehouse brothers out of Duval, a movie director and producer and screenwriter, one of those Spike Lee types and what have you, who also helps to push the narrative of Black politics on his social media feeds. And last but not least, I have my sister, my partner on the Steel Sharpens Steel show, my Spelman sister, Joy Stevens. She runs the Thoughts and Moments show along with another family brother of ours, Ellis Dean. She's also a diversity consultant. And what's up, Joy? I'm not going to give all this dap to you. I'm just joking. You doing okay?
I'm doing well. I just, matter of fact, I just finished doing a broadcast for Thoughts and Moments a little while ago, and I got a chance to ride through Atlanta from the airport up through Midtown just to see what was happening. And it's kind of quiet outside. It actually surprised me. I was ready to run. You know, I had my bag packed, but things, I'm not lying, but things are looking pretty calm outside. I haven't even seen anything even questionable, and that was coming all the way up through the city. So but I do know that at least as I was leaving the other location, Georgia was looking about half and half, but Atlanta had not been added into the tally yet. So this race is really, really, it's a nail biter for real.
No, it really is. And one of the things that's funny for those of us who are close, I guess the youngest member of our crew tonight is John Thomas. But those of us who have been watching at least since we were children in the 80s, you know, it used to be a time by 10:30 at night on election night, if you're on the East Coast, you had a winner or you had a winner. And it does not seem that will be the case tonight, as it was not the case back in 2016. Many of us suspected that this would be a close race. This country is extremely polarized in regards to Republicans versus Democrats, conservatism versus liberalism. So I am not shocked that here we are coming up on the 11 o'clock hour, and we are nowhere near close to being able to crown a victor in 2020. But with that in mind, there have been some interesting developments. We see John Hickenlooper won the Senate race out in Colorado. We are trying to see if Democrats can flip the Senate blue this fall. We also have seen where Lindsey Graham, who was in a tight race this entire year, actually was able to pull it out up in South Carolina. No surprise there. But again, kudos to Brother Jamie Harrison for fighting a valiant fight up there. What is of interest still is Florida is still too close to call. Right now, it is showing that Donald Trump is in the lead in Florida, but again, too close to call. Obviously, the major urban areas in Florida, Miami-Dade, Broward County, Palm Beach counties, those counties, we're still waiting to see what the end's going to be in regards to decision 2020. Last, I am a little bit surprised that Georgia is still in play. One of my ancestral homes, most of my family on my father's side hail from Miami by way of the Bahamas and other spots, but on my mother's side, the Williams clan is from Georgia, and Georgia is as red can be over the course of the last quarter century and what have you. And so it is actually kind of interesting to see that there is a possibility that Joe Biden could take Georgia and that our Morehouse brother, Raphael Warnock, just might be able to win a Senate race as well. So with that, moving forward right now, Joy, one of the things that we had talked about before you joined us is we were talking about toxic masculinity. And with that, the notion that Kamala Harris, if she becomes vice president-elect, you know, there's a lot of hard feelings out here in these social media streets in regards to brothers, some sisters, but mostly brothers who have questioned her blackness. They have questioned her fealty to the race and that her husband is not a black man. Those are things that are not just going to be wished away. Joy, what can she do if she becomes Vice President Kamala Harris to address those among our people who seem to be reticent to support her because of she's the police or she's not really black or any of the other issues that we see raised time and again, both on social media and in the comment section of traditional media? Can you take that for a few minutes, Joy?
Sure. So I am not going to answer the question of what can she do. I am going to answer the question of what needs to be done by the rest of the community so that we don't have to wonder about how she can mollify or stroke the egos of people who don't want to see her succeed. How do we get them to not have that issue with her? That's the real thing for me. I don't think she needs to do anything. I think she needs to do her job, hopefully if she gets in, and because that's what we voted for her to do. Now, when you talk about toxic masculinity, it's so much more than just in the Black community. It's so much more than goes into, again, the fabric of this country. You know, the idea that real men don't cry, be a big boy. You know, somebody, as I was coming in, I was listening to people talking about men judging their masculinity by how many women they slept with, et cetera, et cetera. That's not just Black men, but I think this idea of she needs to do something to reach them, they need to be corrected. Because you cannot allow toxic masculinity to be comfortable, just like you can't allow racism to be comfortable, just like you can't allow homophobia to be comfortable. You cannot make the person who is trying or attempting to oppress comfortable. They got to get it together. They have to recognize that the thoughts they have, the ideas that they are coddling in their hearts have got to go. And if they can't see her and see the value in her, then it's going to continuously be year after year, decade after decade, again and again, women having to prove their worth. And I don't want to see that for women. I don't want to see that for minorities. I don't want to see that for people in the LGBTQ community. I just want to see everyone be judged based on what they do and what they stand for, and not how we feel about them because we have our own little grudges to hold. They need to stop holding grudges. I ain't got nothing for Kamala to do.
Amen. Ursula, take it away.
You're on mute.
Chuck muted me early. I think the issues that we see with Kamala are issues that we see in our community, period. We have some fractures within the African American community between Black men and Black women that we need to address. And that's evident just by looking at how she's viewed. And we need to work on that. And that's whether Joe Biden is the president or Donald Trump is the president. We got work to do within our community. And until we do that work, until we start healing, we're going to continue to see stuff like this. You know, the vilification of women when we don't protect men. Because, you know, I mean, there's some serious resentment when Black women don't go out of their way to protect men. So, you know, people are mad at Kamala Harris for doing her job as a district attorney. I mean, that was her job, y'all. You know, but people are resentful because she sent Black men to jail. That's what I heard. And so, and I'm like, well, she sent anybody. I mean, anybody who fell within the category, you know, you commit the crime or they have the perception that you commit the crime, they prosecute. That's what district attorneys do. But they vilified her for that, for doing her job. And so, but to me, it wasn't about that. It was about the issues that we continue to have that we need to fix. Now, what's interesting is they also have an issue with her being married to a Caucasian. Black men have been marrying Caucasian women for decades. We were supposed to accept that. But the moment Black women started marrying Caucasian men, it became a serious problem. So there are some things that we just need to work on together. And then maybe we won't have these issues in the future, but we got some work to do.
Absolutely. Monica, take it away.
Yeah, so I wanted to kind of piggyback off of what Ursula said about the prosecution piece. I heard a lot of she's locking up Black men as if Kamala was walking around the state of California saying, you go to jail, you go to jail, you go to jail. You know, to that point, if you are committing a crime, I don't care what color you are, she's a prosecutor. Her job is to prosecute. That's the first thing. The second thing is that we call Black prosecutors cops until we need a Black prosecutor, right? So, you know, prosecutors have a role, and we did a show on my podcast about the role of Black prosecutors and how fundamentally important they are. They represent the state, but they also represent the victims. And so I think there's this notion that Black folks should not be prosecutors, Black lawyers should not be prosecutors. And we don't really want that until we are the victim of crimes. And so when I heard all these Black men specifically, and then you heard, Pence say it during the debate about the fact that she locked up all these Black men, ignoring the fact that some of these Black men probably had committed crimes. And in addition, there were some white folks that she locked up. She did, to Ursula's point, she did her job. And so that struck me and bothered me as a Black female attorney, because I think that we get blasted when we're simply doing our job and doing our job well. I didn't hear anybody challenging Amy Klobuchar, who was a prosecutor and had a worse prosecutorial record than Kamala, particularly in the primary. But for some reason, the focus was on Kamala. And I think that had a lot to do with the fact that she was a Black woman in a position that we don't necessarily see Black women having, or Black people in general having or being in. And we're not comfortable having Black folks as prosecutors, when I fundamentally think that if you have a progressive prosecutor, that is needed, because they can particularly when the victim of a crime is Black, they can personalize that victim. Trayvon Martin is a perfect example in Florida. Trayvon Martin, what the defense did was they criminalized the victim. And when you have a Black prosecutor, the Black prosecutor is able to have a conversation with the jury and humanize the Black victim, because oftentimes, depending upon the makeup of your jury, you'll forget that the victim is Black when the person on the other side of the table don't look like you. So I just wanted to just kind of touch on that. That bothered me personally when I heard that repeated over and over again. And I don't know whether or not, I will assume based on the numbers that may have resonated with some Black men that took issue with the fact that she was a prosecutor. So.
No, absolutely. Chuck? Yeah, go ahead, brother.
I actually have to, support and echo what the sisters have said. We were all young at one point, cut the fool, as my mother would say. But at a certain point in life, we grew up, and some of us became men. Some of us are still grown boys. There used to be something about character and integrity. It used to be something about, you didn't go out and mess up the family name. But that was an important thing in the Black community. I don't know when it left. And so, as the sister said, if you go out there and do something wrong, if you out there being bad and you mad at the sister because she's doing her job, that to me, that is beyond stupid. It's almost like this don't snitch. Okay, so this don't snitch thing. All right, cool, don't snitch. I get it, but I don't get it, because in the hood, you don't snitch until the person or the guy or whatever did something to your family member, or hurt your child, or hurt your wife, or whatever. Then you snitching all day long. So I'm sick and tired of Black men, and not just Black men, but men period, doing the crime and then getting pissed off because they when I was a kid, when I cut the food, my mother, my father, they got on this behind. And my mom had a slogan: "You get toe up where you mess up." So it hurts me to hear brothers coming at Kamala Harris like this. The whole thing about her being married to a white man, to me, that's just childish. Like the sister said, Black men been running around with white women for generations. Okay, that's when the Black man left the Black home in the first place. I don't want to get into the whole historical thing about this, but that's just utter foolishness. The fact of the matter is, this is the stupid stuff that Democrats do all the time. They eat their own. Instead of doing like Republicans, I wish Democrats would act like Republicans sometimes. Republicans will line up behind the objective, and that is to win. They don't get caught up in all this foolish this and that. They line up. Even a big idiot like the president, they still get behind him because they're focused on the objectives. Democrats eat their own. They sit around, they bring up this, they bring up that, they dig up this. It's just utter foolishness. It's amazing to me that we win anything. We need to line up behind this ticket, stop the nitpicking. Nobody is perfect. You will not find a perfect politician. You won't find any of us. You can, every one of us who considers ourselves a Black professional on this panel right now, every last one of us has things in our past that we are not proud of. Every last one of us has dark spots. But somewhere along the line, I hope that we grew the hell up. And for these Black men out there talking against Kamala because they got an issue, they just need to grow the hell up, really. You know, really do.
No, that's real. That's real talk, Nuke. And you know, I want to echo some of that. And that has been one of my lingering problems with the president is that, you know, I was always taught that when you mess up, that you need to own up and you need to fess up and be able to confess where it is that you screwed up and then be able to address it, right? And that's one of the things that's been problematic with me with President Trump is that when things have not gone well, this guy cannot look into the camera and tell the American people, hey, I could have done that better. I could have behaved better. I did not have to tweet that. He just won't do it. And he's not alone. There are a lot of men that are that way, okay? Mike, to address the point that you also made in regards to responsibility that ties into what Ursula and Monica had also said about the whole aspect of being prosecutors. I remember 30 years ago in August of 1990 when I got dropped off the Moir house. One of the last things my dad said before he drove off with my mother back to Tallahassee was that he handed me a $50 bill, said, don't spend all your money. That was number one. And number two was he reminded me that if you get caught and sent to jail over something other than defending yourself or defending some young lady, don't call me. And so I understood that for what it was. In other words, I had license that if I was under attack and needed to scrap, I could call home, get bail money, and he was going to be behind me. If some young lady I liked got struck, touched inappropriately, cussed out, and I swung on some dude about there, any other thing other than getting up there and getting my lesson, I knew better than to call dad. I mean, because I wasn't going to get bail money. I wasn't going to get any lawyer hired. I was going to be stuck like Chuck, no pun intended. And somewhere along the way, that has gone. And then back to the point that Monica and Ursula both made, which is when you think of the aspect of intra-racial crime. I try to break this down on every show that I'm on. Crime is primarily intra-racial, which means that Blacks tend to plague other Blacks when it comes to crime. Whites tend to plague other whites. And so if you're looking at a Black criminal defendant charged with murder, more likely than not, 8 times out of 10, sometimes 9, the victim who is dead is Black. Likewise, if you have a white murder defendant, 8 times to 9 times out of 10, the victim is white. So when you say that, she's locking the brothers up, but at the same time, she, as a former prosecutor, was also protecting the interests of Black victims of crime. And so somewhere along the way, we've got to, as a community, address that too, which is we can talk about disparate sentencing. There's no question in my mind that 20 years of being a trial lawyer, I've seen it on so many times where a Black criminal defendant can be charged with the same thing that a white criminal defendant is charged with, and the sentence is going to be tougher. That's a problem that has not gone away, and we have to address it. But we still also have to address the other piece, which is how do we get involved with the economic issues, the educational disparity issues that lead to young Black males taking on a life of crime in the first place. And that is the perfect place for us to segue into the question about the Black political agenda as we come up on the 3-hour and 30-minute mark. We have been talking a lot about this Black political agenda, and it means different things to different ones of us. I get that. But moving forward, I want to play devil's advocate a little bit here. While we are hopeful for, and when I say we, pretty much I have talked to each one of you individually or collectively in our chats and what have you as the days go by, I know that all of us on this panel are supporting Biden and Harris. This is not an objective show by any stretch of the imagination. We ride with Biden at Hobbservation point. Having said that, though, I also recognize that it's possible that Donald Trump could win. It's not what I want to have happen, but it very well could happen. I wanted to play devil's advocate for a minute. If that does happen, as Black people, what must we do to make sure that our collective interests are addressed by a second Trump administration and whatever the count winds up being in the United States Senate and the House of Representatives? I want to go to Patrick first on this.
Thank you, Chuck. Y'all close y'all's eyes. And I want to take you back to a simpler time when Dr. Smith got chastised by his parents, but he also got chastised by the community. I want to take you to a simpler time when we were reading Tavis Smiley's Agenda for Black America, and we read the book and we put out the points, and we never made any action forward to this day. Now open your eyes, and we're back here. So to answer your question, Chuck, we keep having this conversation over and over and over again, and then we lay out the game plan, and then we lay out the objectives, and we never move it forward. So if there was ever a time that we need to actually address and progress an agenda, it is now, since we have this lying man in the White House, hopefully not for too many hours longer, but we really got to stick to an agenda and lay it out. Now, I'm sure you all read Tavis's book on the agenda, and it was a wonderful book. It was a beautiful book, amazing objectives. It addressed everything from healthcare to voting rights to the purpose of the man in the family, the African-American man in the family, but we didn't do anything with it. And I kind of feel like we're circling the wagon again, having this exact same conversation. But I think that with the Trump White House, if that were to happen, that we would seriously be doing the exact same and having the exact same conversations again with no action forward. Now, again, I like what Dr. Smith was saying, but y'all remember back in the day, the whole community chastised us. Before you got back to the house, Miss Mary up the street had already called back to the house to tell your folks what you did. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying we need to do that exactly, but we need to have some ownership and responsibility of what's going on in the community. We need to hold our elected officials to the fire. We need to hold our community to the fire. There's so many aspects of this thing that need to come together. In addition to the economic aspect, Brother Hobbs, we need to look into how these campaigns are investing money into Black consultants, Black strategists, Black media. There's so many aspects to this because they want to vote, but are they investing in the economic aspects of building it up and doing what they need to do to make this equitable and to make it fair?
If I can, Chuck, to jump in, if I will tell you that I'm at peace either way, because obviously I want Biden Harris to win, because I think we're all tired of the last 4 years, but I'm also realistic and recognize that race and racism is a very real thing in this country. And so if Trump does get another 4 years, I don't think Black folks will be shocked. I think we'll be disappointed. At least I won't be shocked. I'll be disappointed for sure. But all it will do is confirm for me what I've known. And that is that at the end of the day, Black women did what we were supposed to do. Black men, with the exception of a few that percent, did what they were supposed to do. It's on everybody else. And so everybody else thought racism was okay, and that xenophobia and homophobia and all the other things were okay. But with respect to what, from a Black person, from the Black community's agenda, what we can do with the Trump 4 years, I don't think that he's not going to be beholden to anybody for the next 4 years, Republican or Democrat. He's going to do what he wants to do. I think it's incumbent upon Black folks on a local level to identify candidates to run that address our issues, support that candidate, and get out and ensure that those candidates on a local level are sitting in seats, whether that's school board, city council, county commission, state attorneys, judges, the governor's mansions in 2 years. I think focusing on those local elections will be key, because I frankly feel and believe that if Trump gets another 4 years, he ain't gonna do anything. He don't have to do anything for anybody but himself. But I think if Black folks are going to turn that corner, I think that we're going to have to focus on local elections.
Let's go ahead and be real. And y'all, let's stay in our 9. So I can see everybody as opposed to focusing in on me in this part. The reality is we've been here for 400 years and we've never had a president really on our side before Barack Obama. So this is something we are accustomed to. But I'm gonna tell you what we aren't accustomed to, and we keep alluding to it every now and then, and that is the communities we live in now are not the communities we grew up in. Mm-hmm. And I think that's where we have dropped the ball. We decided not to replicate the formula that our ancestors created. You know, that the proverb, it takes a village, that's real. Mm-hmm. But we don't have a village anymore. You know, we've decided to take on philosophies of other people when those philosophies don't really work for us. And so, you know, we started talking about stuff like Black agendas and all of this. We don't know what that is. Number one, we don't even know what we want. You know, you ask somebody, well, what is it that you're looking for the president to do? And they can't even articulate. I want to be able to do whatever such and such does. But what is that? What is that? You know, that's not an answer. And so we need to go back to what we know. You know, we have more access than we've ever had. We have more financial resources than we've ever had. Yet we are repeating history in so many ways. You know, they might as well be asking us how many bubbles are in a bar of soap. Because we ain't voting no way. So, you know, we might as well be paying poll taxes. So there are things that we need to do as a community that a different president ain't gonna fix, a different governor ain't gonna fix. We got to get back to what we know. And until we do that, we're gonna continue to have problems.
And can I ask a question to piggyback off what Ursula said? I think the question for me is, how do you get that? Because I think the problem is we have all of these people that want to be chiefs and having these conversations, but we don't have a cohesive unit of Black intellectuals coming together to do exactly what I don't disagree with anything that you're saying.
But let me tell you this though, Monica, and this is something else that we fall victim to. We love to romanticize back in the day, right? In certain aspects, because think about Dr. King. We talk about Dr. King and how he was so beloved and all of this, but that's not reality. You know, we had that same chief issue 50 years ago, but they were still able to come together and get some things done. So I'm not get it together, Ursula, calm down. Okay, March on Washington, bunch of people speaking. They were arguing the day of the march about who was gonna speak when. And somebody finally said, because everybody wanted to speak last. And then somebody said, which one of y'all want to speak after Martin King? And that was the end of that. So that was an exercise of ego. Even then, one of the most prolific events in Black history in this country was a mess. So, you know, but we were still able to come together and get some stuff done. So once again, we keep looking for perfect circumstances, and we don't have any perfect circumstances, but we do know the things that work for us as a community, and we need to go back to some of those things.
Right. And with that, what I want to do is, Jason, you've been quiet for a little bit, and John Thomas, you have too. How do we address this aspect when you're talking about Black Republicans? There are a number. There are projections that between 13 and 20% of Black men may be supporting Trump this cycle. We will soon know for sure over the next 48 days how that shakes out. But in the meantime, there always have been Black Republicans. But at the same point in time, what I'm trying to figure out right now is how do you explain it? The ones who see the tweets, they see the comments, they see the calling the Black NFL players Black SOBs. You've heard him telling LeBron James essentially to shut up and dribble. You've heard him call African nations S-hole countries. You've heard him disparage John Lewis. You've heard him disparage Elijah Commons. You've heard him disparage all of these men who were lions of the civil rights movement. The very fact that we can vote is owed to the John Lewises and the Elijah Cummings of the world. And yet to Donald Trump, they're trash. With that in mind, there still are a number of Blacks who still line up behind him. They believe in his economic vision for America. They believe in his law and order rhetoric. or on a very basic level, they believe in his celebrity. How do you all address that? John Thomas first, and Jason, I want you to address that as well.
You know, Chuck, I'm just sitting here listening to this, and some of the things I've been listening to, I've been listening as I've been looking at the TV and the websites. You know, let's be honest. In every family, there's a crazy uncle who we all know and love, but we all know it just ain't right. And what has happened in these last 4 years is that the crazy uncle ended up in the White House and took all of this crazy family with him. The Black community is never been a homogenous community, and we've never been a homogenous, monolithic. That's why when I was listening to this conversation about the Black agenda, I was screaming in my head, what Black agenda? The last time Black people had an agenda was voting in civil rights and maybe anti-apartheid legislation. The Black community, yes, we appear on the outside monolithically Democratic. Of course, we vote Democrat 85 to 90%, yada, yada, yada. But our community is very diverse. We're diverse. And I think if it's one thing that the Trump administration has done that political scientists and academic question love, it's that we now get to see the spotlight on Black Republicans, Black conservatives. And these aren't necessarily the same people, because my Black conservative friends who were part of the Republican Party to a person have said, we're conservative, but we can't support Trump. So let's first divorce Black conservatives from Black Trump followers. Black Trump followers look a lot like white Trump followers. This messianic devotion to this man who has saved Black people. This highlighting the Republican weak talking points of, well, we're the party of Lincoln. Well, King was a Republican, and yeah. I mean, the remarks are emotional and beholden to him. I spend a lot of time looking at the Black Voices for Trump page. I enjoy going on there to listen, to understand the talking points. And even hearing our beloved and deceased Morehouse brother Herman Cain, you just couldn't really understand what was going on. The points are emotional. They're not bracing anything policy-wise. So legitimate Black conservatives won't fool with Trump. And those people, we need to talk about why they're conservatives to the Black community. But these Black Trump people are much like the white Trump folks. And so when Trump says, you're from a S-hole country, or these people, they're like, well, he's not talking about us. He's talking about them. We're the good Black people. And those types of Black people have been in our communities since we were brought over on the boat. So what can you do with Black Trump folks? I really don't know. But Black conservatives, we need to talk about what they mean to the community. But if there's nothing else I would say this. Black conservatives and Black Trump people are two different things. And Black Trump people, really all you can do is say a prayer for them and just don't invite them to the picnic anymore. That's what I would say.
Amen with that. Jay Hayes.
Well, Chuck, I mean, you know my position on Black conservatism. I don't understand how there can be any Black conservatism, because as I say all the time, at the root of conserve is preserve. And there is nothing in the history of this country worth preserving as a Black person. So what I don't get is aligning yourself with a party that at every move, every breath it takes, every day that they wake up, they are trying to regress progress, to like regress everything that's been accomplished that helps anybody, and especially Black people. So to still align yourself with that, I don't understand how they see themselves. It's like when you look in the mirror, what do you see? And should they be successful with this agenda that they're blatantly telling you about? What do you think you're going to fall with that? I mean, do you think that you're going to be exempt, from the ramifications of that? So what happens if they, let's be completely absurd. So do you think that you're going to not be, enslaved if they say that Black people can now be enslaved again? I mean, maybe, you might get a better position, but you're still going to be enslaved as a person and have no rights. So I don't understand these people fundamentally in terms of like how they view themselves and how they fit in the grand scheme of everything. And it goes to, and honestly, at the core of this is selfishness. They're aligning with Trump because they're saying he's going to give me something. He's going to do something for me. and they don't care if that comes at the expense of the community. I mean, that's what Ice Cube is on. I mean, that's what 50 Cent is on. That's what Lil Wayne is on. I mean, they talking about taxes. He's gonna raise the taxes on whatever, and I make whatever. Okay, I hear you, bro. But understand where you're coming from with that. When you say that, it is a me-centric position, and that is at the core of like all conservatives, if you ask me. I mean, whether it's black, white, Latino, or other, they are always concerned with themselves. And it's never, they rarely look outside of like the greater thing and say, let me take the sacrifice here and say, because everybody, should be able to eat. If everybody does a little, nobody has to do a lot, and that is not their philosophy.
Chuck. Let's see. Can you hear me?
Chuck, you're muted.
Thank you. Heard you, because I want to give you a final shot there with regards to, I know that you got us up to date. I think you saw that the AP was calling the Senate race in Alabama. I want you to speak on that. I know that you have an engagement coming up here. What are your thoughts on what you're seeing in Alabama with the Doug Jones, Tommy Tuberville race?
I think it was expected. I think that one of the things, the Jones campaign, of course, I don't want to look back and be critical, but you have to make the proper investments in black media and black engagement and black GOTV to even have an opportunity to compete in states like Alabama with a 29 to 30% African-American population. There are lots of political shenanigans that are going on or that have gone on. But if you want to be competitive, you need to put together a team that understands the strategy, that understands how to get out the black vote. And I'm tying this back to the larger conversation that we're having about responsibility within the African-American community. They've always been black conservatives. They were the non-self-contracted house help and agricultural laborers, AKA the slaves, and specifically the ones that were in the house. They'd be considered black conservatives, and they weren't the spooks that sat by the door. They didn't serve a purpose other than to serve themselves and to serve the landowner. So, we've been dealing with this for 200, 300, 400 years. What we need to do is determine who wants to be at the table in terms of developing the agenda moving forward for, and I don't even want to use the term progressive, but for the pragmatic African Americans, black folks, people in the diaspora that want to have a plan. So reflecting on the Jones campaign, reflecting on where we are with this conversation, at some point, we're going to have to get all the thoughts together, not just the people that went to these great schools, that are part of these great unions, they have these great careers, but regular, common black folk, such as those communities that we abandoned, and sit down and have these discussions and include them in the strategy sessions and decide, how do we want to do this as a people? How do we want to do this as allies? How do we want to progress this agenda? Because we keep having this conversation over and over and over again. But I think it's time, and God forbid that we have another 4 years of Trump in the White House, but it may really be time then. So, we really need to have some serious discussions and strategy sessions about how do we move this quote unquote agenda forward.
Amen. And Pat, I appreciate you coming on this evening, and definitely I look forward to talking with you some more real soon here, Noop, because you raised some great points all evening, but definitely on the piece of black voter engagement with black media. I think that it's easy for us to be able to say the Republican Party does not engage black media, but I and a whole lot of other black media owners can tell you that the Democratic Party does not often engage with us too. I've got my editor right here with me, John Thomas, and we can tell you that sometimes those dollars don't flow through black-owned media the same way they do others. And we are the ones that are right there on the front line, able to engage with voters who, like you just said, Pat, are staying home. So we're going to have another Hobbservation point coming up real soon, where I'm going to bring you right back. And like I say, you'll be representing Alabama A&M Bulldog and Phi Nu Pi, but definitely hold it down this evening, Noop, and I will be talking to you real soon, okay?
I look forward to that. Thank you all for allowing me to be on this panel. I enjoyed it all.
No, man, we glad to be.
Don't come on here talking about Alabama's homecoming anymore, though. Y'all not even as good as Jackson State or something. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out. You can't even get
Ursula,
to Spelman
I'm going to invite you
Morehouse.
too. You can come on down. You can come on down. I got your ticket for you. Okay.
Absolutely. All right, Luke, hold it down.
Oh.
Okay. Very good. With that, we also have a returner. Ericka Goodwin is back. I'm going to talk to her a little bit about a couple of things that are important that are in line with what it is we were discussing in regards to what if Donald Trump does prevail. We also have Alana Matthews checking in finally from California. I see that the Associated Press has actually already called California for Joe Biden. Not that that was ever in doubt. But Alana, talk to us a little bit about what it is you saw. I know that you were working the polls today. What is it that you saw and heard? What was the tenor out there in California?
So yeah, before we even called the race, they called it. We already knew California was going to go to Biden. So I spent my time in Nevada, Nevada. If anybody from Nevada is listening, because we know that's a battleground state, and that's also an open carry state. So it was some concerns that there would be a lot of voter intimidation there. It's also a state where we think police officers, law enforcement like to show up just to check everything out, but that has a chilling effect on some of the voters as well. So I was pleasantly surprised. Where I was in Washoe County everything went smoothly. They were very helpful. It was primarily a Latino and indigenous community. I was actually on a reservation, the polling place that I had. So everything went smoothly. There was no acts of intimidation. However, at the very end, when we were tallying the results, the election manager was like, "Oh, I can only give you estimates." And we're like, "No, you can give us the total. The certification, the certifier is here and you're going to give him the numbers. Why can't we have the numbers? You're going to give us one number and then something else. How are you going to give us estimates and you count it?" So that was a little tricky at the end, which is why I'm a little late joining everybody, but we got it resolved. And now they can give the total numbers from the in-person voting. In California, we already knew. So there has been actually intimidation as I've been driving back. My friends have let me know that a couple of people drove through our Black neighborhood polling places with the Trump flags, beeping through the parking lot to try to be intimidating. But people stood in line, they were diligent, and the votes are in.
Amen. With that, I also see that we have been joined by Ayanna Hawkins, also fresh from working up in Pennsylvania. She's the owner of Busy Back Woman, an attorney also. Ayanna, we're going to get her camera here going in a little bit, but until we do, Joy, I want to throw something back at you. You've been quiet for a few minutes, and as many podcasts as we have partnered on here over the last 2 months, I don't think I've ever seen you go this long being so quiet. So forgive me for not swinging the pendulum your way. But let me ask you this, Joy. In regards to what we are talking about the possibility, like right now, as it stands, the Associated Press has Joe Biden with 209 electoral college votes projected, Donald Trump with 118. I repeat, 209 to Joe Biden, 118 for Donald Trump as it stands right now. But we know it's still early. There are a number of states that are still in play that could swing this thing one way or the other. With that in mind, I think we have to discuss the possibility of a second Trump term. And it's not speaking doubt. It's not anything like that. It's just being serious about the craft of being political pundits. Joy, what is it that we can do to help push the different things that are of concern to our community if there is a second Trump administration? What are your thoughts?
That is a really good, really complex, and really long question. And I'm not going to stay up till 3 trying to say everything that I would need to say on that. But I think, I was on a show earlier. We were talking about what the Black community specifically needed to do in order to get, as someone said earlier, get back to the time where it took a village to raise a child and everybody was involved, and the community was more tight knit. Like, how do we get back to that when in the 60s you lived up the street from your grandparents and now you might live 3 states over. But anyway, we were talking, they kept saying, if Trump wins, we need to make sure that we focus on ourselves, try to build not only economic wealth, but community understanding and a bigger sense of our place in the diaspora. Like we've got to start understanding and loving and knowing how to be Black and how to celebrate it and how to use it for our collective empowerment. We talked about that, but it kept coming back to, yeah, because if Trump wins, and I was like, you got that wrong. It doesn't matter who wins. I mean, in the immediate, yes, it does. But in the long term, if we're going to really, achieve Wakanda somewhere, we've got to start coming back into our own, investing in our own. I was speaking to a lady the other day. She is working on having manufacturing facilities. She's already launched an online store as of Sunday, and she's going to have brick and mortar stores coming in 2021. And everything in her stores is Black owned, Black produced, Black shipped. Like she's everything from socks to wine to televisions to communications. She's trying to try and create that, let's call it a digital Greenwood, Oklahoma. Like, how do we take care of ourselves, for ourselves, for us, by us? She's doing that, and she's the beginning of that. She's not the first person I've heard mention or talk about having something that is owned by us. So, you asked me, like, what's the first thing we do? The first thing I think we do, regardless of how things turn out, is we've got to remember and teach the next few generations how to do for self completely. Not just having a restaurant and barbershop. How do we run our own city? You know what I mean? Collectively, digitally, across the whole United States. Let's work on that. Then we'll have the clout, the power, the leverage to do more things in politics. Okay, I'm done.
Absolutely. Great response there. Jason, I also want to throw something back at you on that. Brother, how do we engage brothers who do seem disaffected by the process, right? It's always been serious to us. Everybody that's on this panel this evening, graduated from college. Many of us graduated from graduate school and or professional school. This all means something to us. We get it. But how do we make it plain? Like, for instance, when Ursula and I or Monica or Alana, all the folks who've practiced law, talk about the importance of 200 federal judges being appointed by Donald Trump, that sometimes is not the primary concern of so many of our people. How do we make it plain? How do we bridge that gap, so to speak? And John Thomas, I'm coming right back to you with that because I want to talk about that from a church standpoint also. But Jason, I want you to hit that. How do we make it plain to our brothers who could not care less who is on the United States federal courts of appeals for whatever circuit? They just don't care. Talk to me about that, Jason.
Well, first and foremost, we have to start really emphasizing that all politics are local, right? So there's always this huge push in the presidential elections treated like the Super Bowl, and people mistakenly fall into that trap of thinking that, well, that's really the only election that I should vote in. And nothing can be farther from the truth. I mean, what's going to really affect your life is going to be who your mayor is, who your district attorney is, who your superintendent of education is going to be. And until, we start allowing people to see that voting matters mostly where you are, because that's where you're going to see the most immediate effects of your vote. Like going back, to like here in Brooklyn. Brooklyn elected the first African-American district attorney, to ever be here in Brooklyn about 8 years ago. And the brother coming in was revolutionary because, when he came in, he didn't believe in overcharging for like marijuana possession. Like, he flat out told the NYPD, if you send any arrests, for marijuana possession to me, we ain't charging it. So by that simple act from the district attorney, they started issuing tickets. And so now people aren't getting caught up in the system for something needless. And so if the Brooklyn DA does that, which is the largest borough in New York City, the other boroughs have to follow suit. So now what happens is New York City is doing something that the whole country is taking, is noticing and saying, wait a minute, well, why are we doing this too? I mean, if New York City is changing these things, why are we doing this? So now weed is basically legal, is what I'm saying. I mean, in a very small, simplistic kind of way. So we've got to have brothers understand the stakes in a very way of like how this is going to affect your lives immediately and the importance of voting in every single election, because that is what's going to really ultimately change your life.
John Thomas, swinging the question toward you. We had an interesting back and forth on one of our recent TCR dialogues in regards to the issue of how church attendance or the importance of church has seemed to wane over the course of the last 20 years, at the same point in time that Black political involvement seems to be waning too. Now, again, I don't want anybody who's watching to think that I am in any way, shape, or form suggesting that Blacks did not do our level best today for the Biden-Harris ticket. That's not what I'm saying. But I do anticipate that by morning, we are going to see that in certain parts of the country, that numbers may not have been what they were even when Obama was running in 2008 and 2012. And that's where I'm trying to get to, which is how do we create that level of enthusiasm, consistency, without regard to whether there is a Black male on the ticket as the headliner or not. John, I want you to talk about that a little bit, brother.
Well, I'll split my comments into two parts. First, I want to talk about the church, and then I want to talk about a little bit about politics. And they're intertwined, because we look at the Black church as this institution, and institutionally, it is still the strongest institution that we have. When we look at the civil rights movement, scholars have looked at three things. They've looked at the Black church, HBCUs, and gosh, I forgot the third pillar that they talked about being the things that provide the institutional framework for African Americans to uplift themselves through the civil rights movement. But what we're seeing right now is that we are seeing a generation of African Americans, even though, according to all major polls and all data that we know, Black people are by and large report higher levels of religiosity and higher levels of being involved in organized religion or professing a religion than any other ethnicity in the United States. The church is very much a part of our community, but whose church, what church, and where do you go to? And what we're seeing is, with the growth of these Black millennials like myself and others who, and our children, who are moving away from the church, except you go to see, grandmama at Easter, or, you may catch a service online or something, our institutions are beginning to feel the crunch. Not this election, but over the next few election cycles, we're going to really see what is happening to the Black church. And, with the growth of these independent mega churches that aren't as tied to each other as denominations, you're also going to see some shifts. So, one of the things that we have to ask ourselves is, yes, the Black church is important to our institutions now, but what's going to happen? And so when you say, well, how do we get millennials involved? I mean, there's a love-hate relationship between millennials and the Black church. And Chuck, you and I have talked about that. And especially during this pandemic, a lot of people have tried to, and realize, technology is key. Refreshing our services, refreshing what we do is key. But, there's still a long way to go to bridge that gap. But then when we port that over to politics, you have to remember, this election, you have a generation of kids who are voting age now who knew Bush, Gore, and then who knew the whole who were born during Bush Gore and came of age during Obama. And also remember, the progressive wing of the Democratic Party is being fueled by younger persons who have grown up in an economy that didn't benefit them, that are struggling under student loans, that are seeing the ladders of American progress kicked out from under them. And you're asking them to get involved in politics? Why should I vote when the Black man that y'all told me to vote for at the end of the 8 years, what do I have? Student loans, a pandemic, and an orange man in the White House. So I think the best bet that we have is when we have issues like Black Lives Matter. When we had in Missouri, one of the Black Lives Matter millennial activists unseat a 30-year Black Democrat, she wins, and she will be representing. And I think there are places where all politics is local, and you're finding millennials that are and who are disenfranchised, who are upset, beginning to realize, if I get involved in local school races, if I get involved in city council races, if I get involved in these local things, I can get the change that I need to see. So I think we're going to see a rebirth of Black politics, but I also think we're going to see some serious challenges to the institutions that we have. Because remember, in 8 to 10 years, we're not going to have a Maxine Waters. We've already lost Cummings. We've already lost John Lewis. The very ground of Black politics is shaking in this country, and what it's going to look like, and how these young people who are new, who see the world differently, I honestly don't know. I don't know if we're going to have 90% of blacks voting for Democrats in the next 10 to 20 years, depending upon how these political parties change in this country. There are lots of things that are happening that we're seeing before our very eyes, but only historians will be able to tell us what happens because we're living the moment.
Excellent points. Ayanna Hawkins, welcome to the show. How are you doing? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. So hopefully I'm in a hotel. Hopefully my Wi-Fi will hold up. Hi, everybody.
All right.
Good evening.
All right. Welcome. With that, you were up in Philadelphia today. What was it like up there? I know that Pennsylvania, if I'm not mistaken, still has not been called yet by the Associated Press. Nope, it's still in play. Right now, they are showing Donald Trump in the lead. But with that in mind, what was it like up there watching the polls? What did you see up in Philadelphia today?
So it started off this morning, was very crowded. This morning we had a line around the block, but as the day went on, the line got shorter. And then by this evening, well, I guess early afternoon, we were definitely, no line whatsoever. And what we attributed that to was the fact that there was early voting in Pennsylvania for the first time. There was also mail-in voting. So we are hoping that many of our folks who would have voted had already voted. I mean, there were several people that were in line. We also had a lot of people that showed up at the last minute. I mean, one guy showed up and he said, well, I'm not going to make it to my polling place. Can I come in here? And we said, okay, come on in. Let's just do the best we can. So, certainly that was what was on the ground today. I think someone just said, yeah, there's a lot of absentee votes to be counted. I think Pennsylvania also had the distinction of being one of the few states that would not allow a count to start until today. So that meant that even though there may have been millions of votes that were cast prior to Election Day, those votes were not opened until this morning. So there's going to be, it's going to take some time.
Very good. With that, Joyce Stevens, hop in. I know that you said you wanted to weigh in.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to talk just for a brief second on just to piggyback off of everything that's been said so far. One of the things I want to make sure that we don't forget as we go into whatever 2021 is going to be is we have got to continue to maintain this level of interest that we're seeing in local, national, state politics, whatever. We've got to make sure that the next generation understands that the protests that they saw in the, that they see in the history books were about maintaining the right to vote. And sometimes we think about the Montgomery bus boycott, and that's the only thing that comes to mind. But most of the protesting was about protecting the right to vote. And so we shouldn't be squandering it now. One last thing I want to mention is that, this idea of, well, actually what is actually happening, which is a lot of our political figures are aging out. Some of them are giving us their very last breath. And I remember when I was at my sorority's national meeting 2 years ago, the Honorable Marcia Fudge, she looked us all in the eye and said, I'm tired. I need some of y'all to come behind me. And I love that we're seeing young people. I know there were some elections in Florida, there have been some in Texas, there have been some in Georgia even, where you see younger and younger people running for office, making speeches, trying to sway politics in their local environment. And we need to encourage that. We need to keep people moving towards, honestly, a no-party system. The young man said earlier that, you can't always count on the Democrats to be cohesive. We shouldn't be. Everyone should be challenging their local politicians and their state politicians. We should be asking questions all the time. The idea of having to get in line because there's nothing else to do, no other choice, is what's got us in this point now. I would love to see the two-party system go away. And now you got to come talk to me. You got to fight for my vote and the person next to me's vote. You've got to have a platform and stand for something. I would love to see that happen. And I think if we see these young people continue to stay involved, get more involved, and start to run on 6 million different platforms, now everybody's going to have to pay attention. You may see a whole shift in the way American politics is run in about, we'll call it 16 years. That wasn't as short as I thought it was going to be.
It was very profound, and we appreciate that as always. I want to ask Ericka, you've rejoined us now as we are in hour number 4. I told y'all that we were going to go as all night long. Now that was ambitious. We're going to go as long as, I guess, the cigars and the brandy hold out for many of our viewers who are giving us such great feedback via Facebook as well as YouTube. And we appreciate you for coming along. Right now, it's still Joe Biden projected 209 electoral votes, Donald Trump 118 as it stands right now. But we still are a long ways off. There are a number of big electoral college states that are left in play: Texas, Florida, Georgia, Pennsylvania. We still don't know yet. So it is too early for us to declare one or the other victor. Ericka, I wanted to come to you with this. One of the things we were talking about in hour 3 is, what if Donald Trump wins? I have seen so many people on social media who are Biden-Harris supporters who have been nervous, more nervous than I have ever seen people be in any election in the social media era. I mean, folks really struggling with the concept of having to deal with the potential Trump-Pence ticket for another 4 years. What types of things would you advise as a psychiatrist for people to be able to do if we end this show tonight or wake up in the morning and there are 4 more years for Donald Trump? What are your thoughts, sis?
If I had to say what my biggest thought was, the first thought is you can't give up. We have literally been living through periods where we've seen what happens when people just give up, they throw in the towel and don't have any more action or any more intention. So if I had to break it down to a handful of things, one is don't give up. The second is action is huge. It's been brought up by numerous speakers on the panel that this collective thought that we show up for one election or you hold one sign and you've done it. That just doesn't work. And just as, even if, I can't remember, there were so many people that spoke and I've watched so many hours, is that it's to a point now where the work, regardless of who wins, the work has to continue and it has to be continual. So it's taking action, being alert, because the other thing is you see it huge in medicine, but it happens all over society, is people are sleepwalking through life. Well, we sleepwalk through life. Other people make decisions that will kill us. I feel like I keep talking about dying, like we gonna die. But other people are making all these decisions while we're asleep at the wheel. So the main thing is to still be alert. There are still a lot of other governmental and civil liberties kinds of actions that we can do to advocate for ourselves beyond just the presidential election. The next is still take care of yourself. You can't just all of a sudden decide because, you know, I guess it's obvious who I want to win because I changed shirts. But just because your candidate doesn't win doesn't mean that life stops. Just like I've been talking about during this pandemic, that life didn't stop because of COVID. This election didn't stop because of COVID. The world's not going to stop no matter who is elected whenever this election is over. So it's not giving up, stay active, stay informed, stay aware, and take care of your body and mind. So make sure you're still getting rest, you're still eating healthy, you're still drinking water, you're still getting some exercise, and that you're still staying connected, because there's going to be a huge risk of people wanting to isolate in misery if this doesn't go the way
Monica,
they want.
go ahead, sis.
Yeah, I wanted to piggyback off of something that John said about, and a couple other people said too, about, you know, people like Maxine Waters and some of those folks who have been political figures for such a long time, and the fact that they're tired. I think two things. One, I think is incumbent upon these political figures to have a succession plan and identify someone who can take their place once they just decide that they're going to leave office, whether they die in office or whether they just decide to leave. Have a succession plan so that you're identifying some young brother or sister and grooming them such that they can run a race to replace you. That's the first thing. And then I am heartened and there's a sense of, I am happy despite what's going on. I don't know what's going to happen with the presidential election. I'm still very, very hopeful. But I will tell you that based in just in Florida, we just elected elected the first African-American state attorney in Broward County. And then Monique Worrell, who is my law school classmate, now is the state attorney over in Orange and Osceola County, and she's super progressive. We have a young lady that's won a district race in Escambia County. She's a Rattler and a soror. You have some people that are headed to Tallahassee in the legislature, young black folks. And so I'm heartened by that, because I think that there is a space for young people who have these protests. And I said this the whole time all these protests were going on after George Floyd. I encourage these young people, you all protest and you vote, but at the same time, consider running for office and getting your friends behind you to support you. Some of these folks that are in office, they need to leave. And if they're not going to leave and they're not doing the things that you want them to do, God bless them, then you need to put some pressure on them. And the only way you put pressure on them is to challenge them in a race. And that is the way that these young people, that energy, I don't want the energy that these young people have had all summer. Because keep in mind, George Floyd was murdered in May, and these young people have continued to protest. The media hasn't covered it, but I can tell you in Tampa, these young people are still protesting because they want, regardless of regardless of the language that's used, is defunding or reallocation of police funding. They are real about that. And they're true to that. And they've been protesting. They're still protesting. And so if any young people are watching this at this 11:40, almost midnight hour, I would encourage, as I have the young ladies and young men that I mentor, to run for office. You will never know if you can win unless you put your name in the hat. And there are lots of young people that are energized, and you can get some folks behind you, particularly if you have progressive ideas and you're really trying to push the needle. The only reason Republicans have in Florida control of the state and the state house and the Senate is because no one's running. And so I encourage folks to run. And if there are some folks that are there and been there too long, throw your hat in the ring. All you can do is lose, and all that hurts. At least you have some experience. So I am excited tonight, because in the midst of, while we're still trying to figure out what's happening with this presidential race in the state of Florida, we've made history on several different levels, but particularly in that state attorney's races in Broward County and Osceola and Orange County. And then the other people that I mentioned around the state who are young Black folks who are on the political scene and will be hopefully making a difference in their communities.
No doubt about it. And I definitely want to congratulate Monique Worrell as well, a fellow UF Law alum. And I want to congratulate another soror of yours, Monica, and you AKAs on the panel. And that's Tiffany Baker, a little sister of mine. We've tried cases together here in Tallahassee, Florida. She is a prodigiously talented trial lawyer to be so young, in her 30s. And she is now going to be circuit judge here, Second Judicial Circuit as well. And so I am very happy for and proud of her as well. Alana, I know that you wanted to be tagged in. You had something that you needed to press forward. Go ahead, sis.
Absolutely. And I'm just going to pick up where Monica left off. But first, I have to say this because I'm in my feelings right now, because Ursula was my student orientation leader. So when I first got to Spelman, she was my first big sister who made me feel welcome. And then my big sister was actually Ayinde. So I'm in my feelings to be here with these two great women who just poured into me from the first day I stepped on Spelman's campus. Okay, with that said, shout out to my sorors and my line sisters, and Enjoy is just my sister that I can just crack jokes with all the time. All right. So what I want to say is, yes, not even the young people, but us in our middle age, we need to run. That's how we get engaged. We are looking at a second administration of the one that shall not be spoken. All politics is local. And even if you're not going to run for office, get involved in your local Democratic club. Because you know what? When people are looking for endorsements means money. So if you are the chair or the treasurer or the vice president, or you're just involved in your local Democratic club, you are having a voice to say, who are we endorsing? Are we endorsing a Democrat that's ignoring our community? Or are we endorsing a candidate that is from our community? Give money, start organizing, phone banking. We already know 2020 is done with. We've already had our election. So we have to start now. whoever the president is going to be, working on 2022, and who are we lining up? What candidates are we going to be involved in? So that's one, we need to run for office. We need to support those who are running for office. We need to get involved in our local Democratic clubs. And then the last thing is just get engaged at your city council meeting. We all flick through the TV and we see those access channels and nobody wants to be there. And sometimes it seems like the only people who are speaking at city hall meetings or county supervisors meetings are like these crazy kooky people. But I can tell you it makes a difference. We found out in Sacramento County that one of the executives, so the county manager, took $45 million of COVID funding and gave it to the sheriff's department to backfill their budget, because when all of the protests were happening, they decided, oh, that's all overtime. So they overspent their budget and they were facing a shortfall. So a little Yankee went on behind the doors, key. And it wasn't until one of the young sisters that we have, 30-something years old, when everybody was talking about defund the police, we started looking at all the allocations. So she didn't run for office. She's not in a Democratic club. Oh, and another thing, we can start PACs. But outside of that, she just spoke up at a county supervisors meeting and said, wait a minute, this is supposed to be COVID funding. So then once they had to be responsible, he said, oh, well, it was supposed to go to first responders and they are so first. So behind that, long story short, that county executive has been asked to resign, all because of one young Black woman looked at the fine print and then she started a people's budget. So maybe if you're good with numbers, that's another way you can get engaged, is that you decide, okay, y'all putting this much to fire, y'all putting this much to police. I think it should be this way. And you get everybody else in your community to say, yeah, we pay tax dollars. We want to have a people's budget that we put forth. So there's so many ways to get engaged, and we got to get a game plan right now for 2021 and 2022.
Amen. With that, I want to ask this question too. And actually, before I ask the question, I want to go here. One of the things that I have noticed over the past, I'd say 30 solid years of really watching politics with keen interest, dating back to my freshman year at Morehouse. I mean, clearly I watched before then, but it really started to be a passion by the time I got to 830 Westview Drive. With that in mind, I have watched the Republican Party be methodical with what it is they're doing. Jason Hayes spoke about this a little bit a couple of hours ago in regards to how they are determined. Mike Smith did as well, not necessarily in love with candidates, but in love with issues. Classic example, the fact that there's a 6-3 split now, conservative to progressive on the United States Supreme Court. That is something that conservatives have methodically pushed for well over 40 years, 46 years to be exact, once the Roe versus Wade decision was made by the United States Supreme Court. With that in mind, they have consistently tried to elect candidates on a local, state, as well as federal level that would eventually try to move toward the day that abortion becomes illegal again here in the United States of America. So when you saw all of the high fives and the cigars being passed around back in September when Amy Coney Barrett was nominated, I'm not saying that abortion was the single issue, but that was one of the, if not the greatest issue that has pushed conservatism in the modern era. With that in mind, I believe that Democrats too could take a page from Republicans when it comes to that, because the litmus test, they are killing candidates, both on a local, state, and definitely on a federal level. With that in mind, what I want to talk about now, I want to turn more toward the whole social justice piece. I have had a theory that when the coronavirus pandemic hit and people were locked up, and when I say locked up, not literally, but figuratively, what you saw is when George Floyd was killed before our very eyes back in May, I'm not saying that a great deal of the organic protest that bloomed forward from that was not legitimate coming from the hearts of people. But I have always wondered if it wasn't for the fact that people were under quarantine for so long, or with orders keeping people at home, curfews and what have you across America, that in a way I've always suspected, are some of these young people who are out here, are they out here for the purpose of they really want to see social justice happen, whereby Black people are stopped being killed by the police? or are they out because this is a way to get out the house in their cities across the country where there were curfews in effect? I don't know the answer to that. But what I do wonder right now, and I can't wait to see the numbers in the next 48 hours, is whether or not the same number of young people across the country that were so active with no justice, no peace, Black Lives Matter, whether that has translated into votes for Joe Biden and or other Democratic candidates that are far more likely to accede to concerns about Black Lives Mattering than Donald Trump, who every time he is asked a question, be it in a CBS interview, be it in a debate format or a town hall, he always pivots from the fact that police are killing unarmed Black people to we've got to have law and order in the country. So having said that, I want to open the floor as we enter into some of the latter segments here in terms of whether what we are seeing among millennials, and John, I think you're the perfect person to start off with this because you are our resident millennial tonight. Is this activism something that is legit and will morph over into Democratic Party activism, or is this somewhat of a false, artificial turf, so to speak, organic moment that we saw this year with the social justice movement? You want to speak on that?
Well, sure. First, I want to go back to what I said about the Black Lives Matter activist in St. Louis who knocked off a 30-year African-American representative. So let's be clear that in some pockets, we're seeing the Black Lives Matter movement beginning to realize that in as much as you can be in the streets, you also need to be engaged in the political process. Now, what that looks like, and it's interesting, you keep saying the Democratic Party. You know, quite frankly, I think our two-party system in this country is, whatever happens after this election, we're going to see some fracturing and some shifts. And I think that, especially among millennials and Gen Z, there's going to be more fluidity. There's going to be more desirability to not quite go to a political label, but looking at policies. So I think, you know, we're going to have to look at which parties advocate for which policies. I do think, though, that I would like to think that this is the political scientist in me. I would like to think that this anger for the streets was channeled and will be channeled into votes. But also you have to balance that with a disenchantment with the political system, especially we have to clean up the mess. What happens if Trump wins? We told you go vote. We told you when we all vote. We told you all these things, and the man still gets stuck. What do you do next? So, Chuck, you know, I think that this generation, the 40s and unders, the millennials, those that have been caught up in this moment, I do see a greater wave of political activism. What that means, though, in term going forward, I honestly don't know. You know, it's something, the youth vote is something we've been trying to figure out since the amendment to allow people to vote 18 and over was passed. And especially for young African Americans, our communities are shifting. In Nashville, from where I'm from, the Black community does not exist the way it existed because North Nashville, that was the root of the Black African American community, is gone. So what do you do for Black people when our communities are being gentrified, when our kids are burdened with student loans? What happens? You know, I honestly don't know. So that's a glorified way of saying, Chuck, I honestly don't know. I'm hopeful, but I honestly don't know.
Man, that's quite fair, and I really appreciate that. Ayana, go ahead, sister. Ayana Hawkins. All right, yeah, I think her feed is frozen. Oh, hold on. Okay, while we're waiting for her to come in, I see that Alana Matthews just reported that Biden is the victor in Arizona. Alana, is that what you're seeing?
Yes.
Very good, very good.
Wow.
So another state in the Biden camp, and with that in mind, what does that bring our electoral college number to? I'm trying to see if the Associated Press has updated that as of yet.
Still seeing 209.
Still saying 209. Okay. All right, we'll keep our eyes on that.
You know, California, we got the inside track on the West Coast.
No, I know. That's why we got you here, Chris, to talk about the left coast. Ayana, Can you hear us, Ayana?
Now,
All right.
okay, we can hear you now.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna make it quick because it looks like my Wi-Fi is going in and out. So one of the millennials that I talked to that I work with at my church told me that this is the group that came of age because of Trayvon Martin, that they became radicalized because of Trayvon Martin. That was 2012. And for us, you know, we were already, you know, we'd already been in the game. We'd already been we have seen this before. For them, them. I think that then the problem next is for how they then channel what they have been experiencing since Trayvon Martin, because it's been back to back to back to back to back for them. So it's Trayvon Martin, it's Michael Brown, Amir Rice, it's Sandra Bland, it's now Breonna Taylor, to find their voice. So I don't want to give up hope on them. I want to see them come of age and come into this process and understand how to work it. And I think that I'm encouraged because I think, as our brother pointed out, Cori Bush unseated an incumbent, Lacey Clay, who came of age. She also came of age because of those protests. So it's my hope that they can continue to channel that. And those lessons.
Absolutely.
From that era.
Ericka,
So.
I know that you wanted to weigh in. Go ahead, sis.
Myself. All right. As Ayana mentioned, there was this cumulative effect of all of these different police brutality deaths. But I think the other thing to keep in mind is none of this stuff, especially what's going on now, has happened in its own silo. So I do think there was something to be said for the perfect storm of everything that we've experienced in 2020 from about March on, was that people were already emotionally raw from the pandemic. And for a lot of people, due to how this has affected them, that there's been some level of feeling like something traumatic has happened to them. So it's almost like you have these cumulative traumas. You have this long-running institutional trauma, especially for Black people, of racism and seeing person after person die needlessly. But then you have a situation where people were emotionally raw from dealing with all of the losses surrounding this pandemic. So you have people that didn't really have an emotional reserve. Then you had that next set of deaths happen. And I think it wasn't just simply people wanting to get out. It's just, I think it hit different because people were in a different baseline emotional space. And I think the question that's going to happen, that we'll have to see how it plays out, is how people are able to hold space to hold those memories and transition them into action, and to see if people hold it and keep it as inspiration and keep moving forward, or if we get a point where people kind of get fatigue over it and it's almost like it either didn't happen or it's not in the forefront anymore. And I think only time will tell.
When we're talking about still time will tell, you know, one of the things that continues to interest me, so to speak, as we move on, and we are still kind of stuck. The results are coming in slowly. If you see me looking down, I'm refreshing these results as often as I can. I know that Alana Matthews indicated that Arizona is being called, or has been called, for Joe Biden on some networks, but the Associated Press, which I stick to and cling to, like some Republicans cling to their guns and Bibles, it has not yet changed the count. So we still have Joe Biden at 209, Donald Trump at 118. And one of the things that's very interesting about this map is, I just want to read out some of these ones that have not been called yet. Arizona, still not called officially by the AP. Florida, still a toss-up as it stands right now, but Donald Trump with 98% of the precincts reporting with a pretty comfortable lead, 51.3% to 47.8%, but a difference of almost 400,000 votes here in Florida. That may be a number that's too difficult to overcome. Likewise, up in Georgia, right now, Donald Trump projected with 53.3% of the vote. Georgia has Biden down for 45.5%, and that's with 76% of the precincts reporting in Georgia. Also want to take a look at a couple other states that are critical moving forward. You've got Michigan Right now, Donald Trump still with a commanding lead, but only 52% of the precincts are reporting. We have to keep in mind that one of our resident political gurus, Patrick Grayson, indicated earlier that it is still too soon to call when you're at 52%. Holler back at us when we're closer to 90 and 95%. But as it stands right now, Donald Trump with a 54.4% percentage hold over Joe Biden up in Michigan. Likewise, we've talked all night about North Carolina. My boy Teddy was talking about how he believed that North Carolina could fall for Biden. That still is possible. 94% of precincts reporting. Donald Trump, 50.1% of the vote. Joe Biden with 48.7%. That is still too close to call. Ohio. Everybody knows that Ohio is a critical state, particularly for a Republican running for president. Right now, Donald Trump, 53.5% of the vote. Joe Biden with 45.1%, and that's with 94% of the precincts reporting. So you have to wonder whether Ohio will fall for the president. Pennsylvania, also Donald Trump with a very commanding lead, but only with 54% of the precincts reporting. And now 56.4% of the vote going toward Donald Trump up in Pennsylvania. 41.3% to Joe Biden, which is interesting because Joe Biden is from Scranton, Pennsylvania originally. So we will keep our eyes on that. Last, Texas. Right now, Donald Trump, 78% of the votes counted so far, 78% of the precincts reporting. Donald Trump, 52% of the vote. Joe Biden with 46.6%. So it seems as if Donald Trump is starting to pull away deep in the heart of Texas. And then Wisconsin. You have, well, I just lost it. There it is. Wisconsin, 72% of the precincts reporting. Donald Trump up 51.9% to Joe Biden's 46.6%. Now, again, as Patrick Grayson and others have alluded to over the course of the last 4+ hours, it is difficult for AP or any of us to prognosticate what the outcome will be. We very well may wake up in the morning with the race called for Donald Trump. We might wake up with it still being a toss-up. I want to throw this question out to the panel. If we wake up in the morning and it is still a statistical dead heat, with us understanding that there are ballots still to be counted, particularly absentee ballots, mail-in ballots, there are a lot of shenanigans across the state already in regards to even the U.S. Postal Service not even delivering ballots to people on time. With that in mind, where will the country be if we wake up in the morning and we still don't have a president-elect moving forward for 2021? Who wants to take a stab at that first? Go ahead, Joy Stevens.
Yeah, I think if we wake up and there's no clear winner, everybody's going to declare victory. Everybody's going to say, yeah, swinging my way. You know, just we got to count all the votes, which of course we absolutely have to. But I think it could be a little bit of trouble, aside from the apocalypse I'm already predicting. But I think it could be a little bit of trouble because if hypothetically the Trump administration declares that victory, you know, it's too close to call, but we know we're going to win. We declare victory. I concede nothing. I can already hear that coming. If the more votes come in for Biden and Biden ultimately wins, now we got a problem on our hands because all of his supporters will swear that there were dirty dealings after the fact and that all of this was rigged, as he's been alluding to this whole time. So that to me is like a worst case scenario. But generally speaking, if we wake up in the morning and it's still too close to call, I think we're in limbo. I think the idea of retaliation, the threats that have been levied by groups like the Proud Boys, they're not going to know what to do. So they're just going to be standing at the door with, you know, keys and a rifle. Like, well, do I go or not? Like, are we fighting? Are we not fighting? That could go on for a couple of weeks. And I think you may see small skirmishes here and there where people just decide, I'm fighting because I'm mad. That's also very possible in a few places, especially Texas and Georgia.
I want to I don't think they're at the door waiting. I think they're ready to come out just like Trump and declare victory. I think they're going to be emboldened and driving through with their caravans again. Don't care. They think they won. They're going to go to bed tonight thinking, yep, we did it. And it's just a matter of time. So I think if we don't have a winner, you know, us Democrats, we like to be very civilized folks and we're going to wait. I don't think they're going to wait.
John Thomas, you wanted to weigh in?
Yeah, I don't think it's a question of we are not going to know the end of tonight. And this has been a setup all along. This is probably going to come down to Pennsylvania. When I first spoke, I said, well, if we know North Carolina and Georgia, we can go to bed.
Yeah.
We won't know Georgia, and North Carolina is on a knife's edge. If we don't know Georgia, North Carolina, or Pennsylvania, it's going to be up in the air. And I think we're going to see pressure. We're going to see, and it also is going to be depending on what's going on. Trump has already said, I'm looking for shenanigans in these Democratic cities. So he's already set up Atlanta, Philadelphia, and Raleigh, Durham. Well, guess what? Democratic mayors. So now we're looking at a situation where, now what will the unrest be? We're already getting reports of unrest outside the White House. I honestly don't know. I mean, I think if there is enough where we really need to let the votes count because we may win this legitimately, of course, no one wants people to go out in the streets. I think conversely, if it looked like he was actually going to lose, they'd be out. But right now, to be quite honest, we're going to go to bed with this on a knife's edge. So I think that we should be prepared to see some pockets of intimidation, but where the intimidation will be, I don't know. Are we going to see things happen in Philadelphia? Or are we going to see things happen in rural America where give us our president? That's what we're going to need to be concerned with. That's the thing. And also, I know this is not related, but at some point, the Cuban American vote in Florida has unseated 2 congresspersons. So the Dems lost 2 seats in greater Miami-Dade County. And that's something that at some point we're going to have to circle back around to because those Cubans swung 15 points from Democrats to Republicans in one election. So that is something that is huge.
Very, very salient points there. I also want to highlight before I yield the mic that, one of the national exit polls that has just been published by Reuters, the Edison Research Company, and again, this has been published by Reuters, is that when you break it down from ethnicity, Reuters is reporting that 42% of whites whose votes have been tabulated so far supported Joe Biden. 56% of whites across America supported Donald Trump. The numbers get more interesting. 87% of blacks are being reported as having supported Joe Biden. 12% of blacks, Trump. Hispanic Latino. John, you spoke eloquently earlier about how it's difficult to just use those 2 broad constructs, so to speak, when you have so many diverse groups, even within the greater rubric. But as it stands, as Reuters is showing it, 65% of Hispanic Latino votes went for Joe Biden, 32% for Trump. Asian votes, 63% to Biden, 31% to Trump, and then other 58% to 40%. So I want to ask this. I know that we're coming up close on time. As much as we've enjoyed it, John Thomas hit it square out the park. We're not going to have a victor, at least not anytime soon. And interestingly enough, the formats that we have, they shut us down at the 5 hours. So we're going to be wrapping up here soon. But I promise you that we here at Hobbservation Point, when we have a victor, I know that ordinarily our slot is Monday nights at 7 o'clock, but through Hobbservation Point, we will reconvene and we will analyze once the race is actually called, be it tomorrow night, be it Thursday. We will be here. We will provide the coverage that you have come to love and the love that you show to us that keeps us continuing to do what it is that we do. But having said that, I said all that to say, what is it, folks, about our white brothers and sisters across this country that are so moved by President Donald Trump? Who wants to take a stab at it first? Hold on. Actually, I'm going to call on Jason Hayes. I'm not used to this version of Jason Hayes. When we were at Morehouse, Jay Hayes was constantly hand up, yelling, jumping up on tables, drinking people because he's from Duval. Jay Hayes, what is it about our non-melanated brothers and sisters that are so titillated by Donald Trump, brother?
Bottom line, they understand the stakes. Donald Trump knows how to appeal to what they fear. And they know, and he's telling them that they want your jobs, they want this, they want that, they're going to take this from you. And honestly, that's not entirely untrue in that white people, I think, fundamentally understand that, that people getting equal rights means that they got to give something up. And so many of them are unwilling to give up anything at this point. And this is like really the last election that I think that they're going to have. You know, I mean, it's kind of like the last hurrah in terms of like this particular view of the world. But I'll say again, the media, I believe, has done a tremendous disservice to the public by allowing anyone to feel like at any point that this thing will be decided tonight or even possibly this week. With so many mail-in ballots out there, you know, given the COVID crisis, there is a just extraordinary amount of like mail-in ballots / absentee ballots. And to pretend that those stacks of ballots aren't sitting out there outside of like a lot of these tallies, you know, that's already going on right now, it makes no sense, man. You know, and that's what's vexing to me right now.
Indeed. And with that, listen, I want to thank each of you panelists who are here right now and those who appeared earlier for appearing tonight on the Hobbservation Point Election Watch. A little bit disappointed that, again, we weren't able to talk about the future with a winner being called, which is what we all remember from our childhood. We always had a winner by 11 o'clock at the latest Eastern time, but the times have changed. As John Thomas said just a few minutes ago, it was highly unlikely that we would get a victor tonight, but that's okay. What I promise you, though, is that when we do have a victor, I will be right back here to discuss it, be it tomorrow morning, be it tomorrow afternoon, or tomorrow evening. You will hear from old Hobbs and as many of my crew that's willing to hop back on, because I see that the sleep monster is starting to grab some of us again, except for the video we have with John Thomas. We ain't spring chickens no more. So the ability to sit up and talk all night long like we're sitting on the steps of Kilgore or sitting somewhere on the campus of FAMU is changed, and I get it. But with that in mind, I want to thank each of you for coming out this evening and participating on this panel. And again, we'll be right back talking about it as soon as we get some results here. Thanks and much love. And on top of that, thank you. I'm sorry, because I'm no spring chicken either. I want to thank all of you for paying attention this evening, following us either on Facebook, following us on YouTube. This means a lot to our country. The ability for us to be able to talk is so critical. Social media has changed the game in so many ways, because there was a time that you could only listen to a CNN, an MSNBC, or a Fox, and you had to listen to the same old opinions from the same old people week in and week out, year in and year out. But now social media provides all of us an opportunity to be able to get on the TV, get on your computer, talk about the things that are important to us so that we can continue to perfect this union here in the United States of America. So with that, much love. Again, right now, Joe Biden, 209, Donald Trump, 118, but there are plenty of states still in play. And so we're going to continue to monitor that. We're going to watch those numbers. And as soon as there is a victor declared, Hobbservation Point Live will be right back. Thank you so much. God bless. You all have a great evening.